What's up, guys? We have finally arrived at day one of the 2024 NFL Draft, and we're going to be streaming each of the first 2 days. Really excited to get into it. I have no idea what to expect once we get past the first three picks, really. And even there, I don't think it's a sure thing. It's looking like the kind of chalk order for the first few picks is going to be Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May. Seems like Drake May to New England is looking a lot more likely. But outside of that, I think teams are going to be trading up for offensive tackles, especially is what we've heard a lot of. So excited to see how it all plays out. Looking at Peter Schrager's most recent mock draft, there's some interesting names here. J.C. Latham at 5 to the Chargers seems to be looking a lot more likely. So, for the Titans at 7, Joe Alt could be a more sure thing of an option there. And then I think you're going to have teams, trading up for Olu Fashanu, Fuaga. Like, tackles are going to be in high demand the top half of this first round. What's up, Jamal? Some other interesting nuggets in Peter Schrager's mock. So Brock Bowers in the top 10 is another thing that's sort of trending to be more likely to happen. Bo Nix at 12 to the Broncos, I actually wouldn't hate. But I feel like history has kind of told us that, like, once you get past that top group of quarterbacks, teams aren't really as eager to trade up for quarterbacks in the mid first round, especially, the Bo Nix and, like, I would consider JJ McCarthy tier of quarterbacks. Definitely seems more likely that a team would value JJ McCarthy in the top half of the first. Xavier Worthy. So, like, AD Mitchell, it seems like there's kind of some off the field stuff that he might be slipping towards the very back end of the first round, or even potentially a second round pick. And then there's also apparently teams have some medical concerns with Brian Thomas Jr. So Xavier Worthy, I think, is at this point a consensus first round pick. If I had to bet, I would say that he goes somewhere between 16 and 32. How the edge class plays out, I think you could definitely see 5 edge rushers go in the first round. I view it as a tier of 3 top edge rushers. I think that Verse, Leatu Latu, and Dallas Turner are the top 3, and then you've got a tier of 4 second rounders with Chop Robinson, Marshawn Nealon, Chris Braswell, and Darius Robinson. I think the fact that Darius Robinson is showing up to the draft and he's one of like 12 players that's there, I think that kind of guarantees that he's going to be a first round pick. Maybe he just really wanted the experience to go hang out in Detroit, but I would feel pretty comfortable with him going in the first round. I think that, Chop Robinson, there's a lot of questions about him having like a fully fleshed out pass rushing skill set. But, man, you can't teach the athletic traits, the get off explosiveness off the line of scrimmage. I think in the 20s, late 20s probably, there's going to be a team that jumps on Chop Robinson. Marshawn Nealon, I think, could be like an early second rounder, early to mid second rounder if I was doing it. But there's also a chance that he goes in the back half of the first. Chris Braswell, the NFL doesn't seem to be as high on. I still like him as a top 50 player in this class. You excited to see J.C. Latham go pick 5 to the Chargers? Man, I would not honestly be a huge fan of that pick with Joe Alt on the board, even though I do like J.C. Latham. I have him as a top 10 player, and I'm definitely higher on him than a lot of people. I do think that Joe Alt is a clear blue chip prospect, whereas J.C. Latham has some questions about slide quickness to deal with inside counters. Really, outside of that, though, like I like everything about J.C. Latham. He's got elite grip strength. I can't think of an offensive tackle prospect that I've scouted that is just more secure when he gets his hands on a pass rusher. The amount of early ended reps on J.C. Latham's tape is pretty incredible. Elite raw power in both phases. And as far as, he's thought of as being kind of like a slow footed tackle. He actually does a really good job protecting the edge against speed rushes. Like he can get depth, fire out of his stance, and he's really coordinated and controlled with his hands. His problem is that you can tell he's overcompensating a little bit and really trying to get enough depth. So when they counter inside through the B gap, he doesn't have that redirection ability to close off inside counters. And there, I could definitely see J.C. Latham's best long-term position being guard, where there's just less space that he has to cover. Yeah, I think that. Would you rather the Falcons select Rome or Dallas? That's a tough one. I think that I would probably go with Rome Odunze in that situation. I think that he's a clear step down from the top two receivers, but I also think he is a much better prospect overall than Dallas Turner. I think Dallas Turner has the ceiling of a top five edge rusher, all pro caliber, 10 sack a year type of guy. He's got the elite straight line explosiveness, really long arms, and you'd think for kind of a speed guy that the main way that he wins is kind of like a Chop Robinson strategy where he's just trying to outrun you around the corner. Really, he has one of the best long arms and speed to power rushes of any of the edge rushers in this class. Like it would be right behind Jared Verse for me. Very like almost impossible to mirror inside counter. So like he's got two of the three ways to win as a pass rusher down. His biggest issue is that he's just not refined and polished with his hand usage at this point. So when he tries to win as a speed rusher, he doesn't really have a precise strategy of defeating the outside hand. And I think that out of the top three edge rushers, I would probably guess that he would be the least productive as a rookie. But if he can develop that skill set, the sky's the limit for him. So I definitely understand them going edge rusher because, they haven't had a productive edge since Jonathan Abraham. But I do think that Rome Odunze is a step up as a prospect. All right, let me tweet out this link before we get started. And then let's see, going through the positions that I haven't discussed, I think that there are two defensive linemen that I could really see going in the first round, Byron Murphy and Johnny Newton, which seems to be pretty much everyone's top two defensive linemen. With the scarcity at that position, it wouldn't surprise me if someone like Chris Jenkins was the 30th or 31st pick in the draft. He seems like that kind of player that could be a surprise first rounder. Michael Hall Jr. is a really interesting player. I don't know that I see him going in the top 32. Corner, I think it's a really deep corner class. Quinyon Mitchell, Terry, and Arnold probably should be the top two guys off the board. I really like Nate Wiggins' just pure man coverage ability combined with the deep speed. I think that, for me, sets him a little bit above Terry and Arnold, who I view as more of a really high-quality slot corner. But, those top three, I think, are pretty safe to go in the first round. And then Kool-Aid McKinstry, Cooper DeJean, could definitely see those guys going off the board in the 20s. Running back, don't see a first round running back. And Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if the first running back went off the board in the third round. Um, Linebacker, this could be where we see some reaches, just based off of the scarcity. Like, I've got Edgerrin Cooper, Peyton Wilson, Junior Colson, I think as players that can be high quality starters as rookies. After that, it's a pretty severe drop off. So if you really need a linebacker, if you're a team like the Packers, like it wouldn't surprise me if they reached for a linebacker just because of how much draft capital they have, how their needs line up. Uh, could definitely see Edgerrin Cooper being a late first round pick. Um, Rams will trade up for Bowers. Do you think the Panthers trade up in the first round? So I think that the board might actually fall in a way that the Panthers can get someone that they have a late first round grade on at 33. Just based on everything that's being reported, it seems like tackle is going to be uh, where teams are like really trading up for, and you're going to start seeing guys, just fly off the board. Patrick Paul, it seems like, might be a late first round pick. There's been a lot of hype for Kingsley Suamataia out of BYU. I think that teams are going to want to get, one of these tackles, secure that they can get one in the first round, and that might leave a player like A.D. Mitchell if he falls for, off the field type of stuff, Lad McConkey, Xavier Worthy potentially. I think that they have a better chance of finding a day one starter at receiver at 33, and they might be able to save the draft capital from trading up. Looking at the other positions, tight end after Brock Bowers, I don't see any top 50 or really top 60 picks. Ben Sinnott, Theo Johnson, Jatavian Sanders are very similarly graded players for me. Safety, I think that there's kind of a clump at the top with Jaden Hicks, Javon Bullard, Tyler Nubin. Jaden Hicks is another player. If we're talking surprise first rounders, like a Cole Strange type of pick, I could see teams being enticed by his range and his physicality. He's kind of like he's a weird scheme fit because he's not a true deep safety. There's some areas in man coverage where he kind of struggles, but he can just run and hit. He can man up tight ends, like run down the seam on the vertical plane. So he could be an option at the back end of the first round. Quarterbacks, Bo Nix, Michael Penix Jr. has been discussed heavily. Could definitely see one of those guys going off the board, but I'm not sure that we're going to see 6 or 7 quarterbacks. It doesn't seem that likely. For the rest of the offensive line, a lot of these guys you can kind of fit into whatever position you think they project best at. I think that Graham Barton is probably going to be a center and would definitely expect him to be a bottom half of the first round type of pick. I don't see really any way that he doesn't get picked tonight. He's got just elite run blocking potential. I don't think he has 5 position versatility, even though he did play left tackle at Duke. He'll be late with his hands. He'll let pass rushers into his frame. And that with a shorter armed quote unquote tackle is not the best combination. But as a center, which he played as a freshman, I think he should be a day one quality starter. Talked about linebacker. Yeah, man, there's really about 40 to 45 players that I could see going off the board. Should be pretty exciting. And I've already got Caleb Williams slotted in here as the first pick. I don't think that's too risky, and I'm going to give it an A grade. Bears get their quarterback of the future. Johnny Wilson should be a first-round pick. Man, Johnny Wilson is one of the more difficult valuations in this class. 6'4", or actually 6'6". he has the longest arms for a receiver or a tight end in combine history, I believe, 35 something inches. And, for a player of his size, you would expect him to be kind of stiff and have troubles with separation and just be like a contested catch type of guy. But he's actually really clean in and out of breaks, has just some rare matchup weapon potential with his catch radius and his smoothness as a route runner. For me, it's a combination of, the reason that I don't have that high of a grade on him is the combination of focus drops, which have just been a consistent issue throughout his entire college career. He can make some incredible, pluck the ball out of the air type of catches, but just catching it on a consistent basis has been a major issue. And then I think it's partly that we've never really seen a receiver like him work out. I kind of view him in that Darren Waller tier of players that you might want to convert to tight end and not really have him beating press coverage on the outside and trying to separate against, A1 corners. But yeah, I like Johnny Wilson on day 2. Yes, I have Adunze ranked lower than Alt. I think that, you know, the reason that Adunze I think is a slight step below some of these guys that I have as firm blue chip prospects is that I didn't quite think the athleticism that he showed at the combine really translated to his tape. It's not that he's a bad athlete. It's just a lot of times that he's kind of struggling to pull away from receivers down the sideline. I felt like he had some issues against press coverage. He's shown, control and quick feet as a route runner, but as far as like that elite burst that someone like Malik Neighbors has to really explode out of breaks and create separation, I don't really see him as a pure separator at the NFL level. So I think he's just a really high floor kind of contested catch type of receiver. I have him as a Roddy White comparison. I think that if he's your number one guy, you're probably wanting to add someone else to that room. I don't know that he's going to be a guy that can just carry a receiver room. But I think the thing with Adunze is that there's so few scenarios and outcomes where he doesn't work out as a quality starter. So I think how safe of a pick he is, obviously no draft pick is safe, but relative to other players, that has him as a top 7 player for me. But I do think that Joe Alt as a prospect is a little bit better. So we looked at Peter Schrager's mock. Let's look at Daniel Jeremiah's mock and see if there's anything different that we can take away from that. Olu Fashanu, it's really interesting. He was kind of, a top 10 player for most of the process and then falls down to like people are thinking about him late teens, early 20s, and then now it's a lot more likely that he could be a top 10 pick. I think that compared to where he was viewed preseason, I felt like his tape was definitely disappointing, but the movement skills, the lateral quickness for a player of his size, I feel like is makes him a top 10 player in this class for me. I don't really see, Fuanga and Troy Fontenot over Olu Fashanu based on the tape. So would definitely like Olu in the top 10. I'm not a big fan of the Bears taking a tackle with that second pick, though. I'm a big Braxton Jones guy. If the Vikings, if the Vikings can get JJ McCarthy at 11, I'm I'm so much bigger of a fan of that move than trading up to the top four, which is pretty obvious because you're saving a lot of value. But yeah, I think JJ McCarthy has a good chance to be a fine, solid starting quarterback. If you're mortgaging the future to try to get him, I don't see that kind of upside there. But yeah, if you get him at 11, still save that second round pick, and then you can address defensive tackle or something. I think that's great. Why did Olu fall? So if you're saying fall compared to like being a top five player in the preseason, um, I can only speak for myself and my evaluation. I think that for a lot of people, the Ohio State matchup probably played a role in that. He got beat by JT Tuamolu a few times, lost to power. I don't really think that speaks to his lack of an anchor. He took some weird set angles and kind of let Tuamolu get into his frame and walk him back a little bit. The rest of his tape was pretty much lights out in pass protection as far as results. Like he barely gave up any pressures. I don't think he gave up a single sack. He's got some technical stuff with his hands to work on as far as like he's very patient and skilled with his hands, but when it comes to actually landing his punch, he will be a little bit soft or late or kind of uncoordinated with that final strike as far as like establishing secure contact. And he lets pass rushers get into his frame too often. I think he's got a solid natural anchor, but that just opens up opportunities for people to walk you back into the pocket. His run blocking, based on the 2022 tape, I thought was a negative. And then he started off the year pretty much on the same track. As the season went on, he really showed some improvements as a run blocker, had some like incredible backside cutoffs on tape on outside zone. I think he has potential to be a plus in the run game. Really, what I'm looking for a first round tackle, obviously you want to see a ton of pancakes and like have them add a lot of value as a run blocker, but pass pro is what's most important. So the box that you need to check is just not being a net negative in the run game, like not being a player that's going to blow up plays and result in a lot of negative plays. And I'm confident that Olu Fashanu can at least be average. So yeah, I still view him as a top 10 player. Are there any top draft teams that would value Neighbors' skill set over Odunze or vice versa? Um, I think a lot of teams would value Neighbors' skill set over Odunze. Like Odunze and Marvin Harrison Jr., I think are closer prospects in terms of play style, where Odunze has that elite explosiveness and start-stop ability that Odunze and Harrison Jr. don't really have. Now, it's not that they're slow or it's not that they're lacking explosiveness. It's just when you compare it to the elite prospects like Malik Neighbors, he gives you that big time playmaking potential. I think he has some limitations positionally. Like I don't view him as an X. I think there is a chance that he struggles with press coverage, and you see that pop up on his college tape a good amount. So I think that I think he is probably a slot only, at least as a rookie. And based on what specific receiver position a team needs, I could see Harrison and Odunze being higher on their board. But if I had to guess, I would say that the majority of teams prefer Neighbors over Odunze. Do you think the Lions should automatically get an A+ grade based on their history? No, but the funny thing about the Lions is like my biggest issue with their draft last year was the Jack Campbell pick, and I kind of still have that same issue. They really, they had kind of a questionable first round that ended up working out a lot better than people expected, but it was really the second round where they recouped a lot of that value and kind of made up for it. Yeah, Olu went to, I think it was Gonzaga High School with Caleb Williams, so definitely see that connection there. Um, I still think for the Bears, like being able to get a defensive tackle or an edge rusher or a receiver would be a much higher priority because I think that Braxton Jones is a pretty good left tackle. Will Bo Nix be a decent NFL starter? Will he be selected tonight? So the first question, I think my answer would be yes. I think that Bo Nix he's like a B plus player just across the board, from accuracy, arm talent. Um, he can process the middle of the field. He can attack zone coverage windows. Like really, I think that it might have been Brett Coleman. I've been listening to a lot of draft content recently, but they were talking about how with all of Bo Nix's experience, like he has every throw somewhere on his tape. I say can make every throw on his scouting report, and a lot of times that's kind of a throwaway line for someone that has above average at least arm talent. But really for Bo Nix, like you'll see dropping it in the bucket, hole shots with touch. You can see him out throw coverage 40 to 50 yards down the field. He can make quick lasers down the seam, attack underneath zone coverage windows. He has really everything in terms of arm talent, and then he can get out in space on QB power. He can juke defenders out in the open field. I really like the well-roundedness of Bo Nix's game. I think he's got some footwork issues. I think when you compare him to a player like J.J. McCarthy, and why I ended up having J.J. McCarthy ranked a couple spots higher than him, Bo Nix is 24 years old. For the most part, he can still improve, but he kind of is what he is. Like there's not going to be most likely a huge, just like groundbreaking development in his overall skill set. With J.J. McCarthy, it's a lot more realistic to expect him to continue to improve in a significant way. So I started out with Bo Nix a little bit higher, but I would probably prefer J.J. McCarthy. With that being said, I think that Bo Nix has everything to be at least a quality starter in the NFL. As far as whether he goes in the first round, the problem you run into with quarterbacks once you get to like QB4 and down is that there's a limited number of teams that need quarterback, and you're kind of relying on those teams having players high on their boards. Like the order that somebody gets drafted, that kind of cements them forever as the third or fourth pick. And we forget that teams have just wildly different orderings for these players. And, if there's a couple quarterback needy teams that end up not liking Bo Nix, then I could definitely see him falling to the second round. If the over under for Bo Nix was 32, I would probably say over that he does fall to the second, but it wouldn't shock me. Who is the most overrated player in this draft? I might say Kingsley Suamataia out of BYU. I think that he's been talked about as a potential late first round pick and kind of a consensus second rounder. I felt like his tape was extremely disappointing. He had some nice moments last year. I remember watching a couple BYU games and seeing him flash in the run game, and like he's got the recruiting pedigree, he's got the explosiveness for a player of his size is really impressive, but just the down to down consistency in the run game, in pass pro, as far as picking up his assignments, getting out in open space, and knowing what he's supposed to do. I think he's a player that's got to sit for ideally an entire season. He might get thrust into the lineup, but I think that, yeah, I don't know. I don't see him as a day one starter, and I don't necessarily see the upside as being worth betting on super early in the draft, like someone like Tyler Guyton, for example. Is it me or is Mims being underrated? I do think Amarius Mims is being kind of underrated. Um, his tape, man, is close to flawless. Like he's got a couple issues where he'll be late to react to inside counters, but you watch all of his tape, which like probably won't take you that long because he's only made 8 career starts, and it's honestly incredible that he's that polished technically for a player with such little experience. I think if you could guarantee me that he was going to be healthy, he would probably be my top ranked tackle, or maybe like right underneath Joe Alt. Um, the injury concerns do kind of worry me, and that bumps his value down a little bit. But I have him as my 12th player overall. I think that he's a day one starter despite his lack of experience. Like his game is already so polished, and he's got traits that you can't teach, man. At his size, to move the way that he does, you don't see that very often. Chop Chop seemed overrated, but his hype came back down to earth. Yeah, I would probably agree with that. I think it's always a weird dynamic, because a lot of the early NFL draft boards that you see are kind of based on the previous year's tape. So for this class, it would be the 2022 tape. And like PFF, for example, they'll come out with their NFL draft board, and it'll be based on what Trevor thinks about those players from their, penultimate year's tape, and then he will make adjustments throughout the year, but he doesn't have time to just continually, like every week, redo every single evaluation. So there will be some players that kind of get ranked higher on boards than their tape would actually really justify, and it kind of influences the way that people think about players. I feel like that happened with Chop Robinson, Kool-Aid McKinstry. With Chop, you're expecting a big jump this year, so you kind of rank him a little bit higher, and then he never really showed that. And then late in the process, they adjust, and that's kind of how that progresses. So the Bears have selected Caleb Williams, number 1 overall. Not a very surprising pick. It's been set in stone pretty much since the Senior Bowl. Man, Caleb Williams is a franchise-changing player. He is the best quarterback out of structure that I've ever evaluated. He just has this incredible sense for the positioning and spatial awareness to recognize defenders at the second and third level, understand when windows are opening up, when they're going to close. He can break out of the pocket and just make some incredible plays on the move. Unlike really any quarterback in this class, there's a lot of great out of structure playmakers, but I think he stands alone. He is extremely accurate, especially throwing down the field. He's got the arm talent and the flexibility to make every single throw. His ability to release the ball from different platforms is, I think, probably his second best trait. He'll make underhanded throws. He'll make sidearms. He'll adjust his platform. He has the flexibility and quick release to get rid of the ball when he's under pressure. I think that, for me, I have Caleb Williams as my second ranked player overall. I do prefer Drake May by a very small margin. And the concerns with Caleb Williams, it is hard for me to see him being a bust. Like, I don't have any major blinking red flags concerns with Caleb Williams. I do think, I prefer quarterbacks to be a little bit taller than Caleb. And when you've got a guy that we're projecting, like what he's shown as far as operating within structure and throwing over the middle of the field is pretty impressive. But when you're projecting a guy that's going to have to stand in the pocket more and work within the confines of the offense, throw over the middle of the field, it's harder for me to project a 6'1" quarterback being able to see over compressed pockets and, really attack the middle of the field at as high of a level as you would want. So I think one of his, it seems crazy to say, but like Kyler Murray might honestly be a low end comp for Caleb Williams. Like if it turns out that he's a guy that's just not that efficient throwing over the middle of the field, but he can do everything else at a high level, like that's still a top 10 quarterback. But it might kind of limit his ceiling a little bit. The other thing is that he fumbles the ball a lot, 30 something fumbles in the last 2 years. He's got to have a tighter grip on the ball and be more consistent taking care of it in that phase. But outside of those two things, man, there's not a whole lot of criticisms that I have about Caleb Williams' game. Yeah, man, the Panthers, what an ultimate bag fumbling by the Panthers. So I've got Jaden Daniels typed in here for the Washington Commanders. That's my expectation, but you never know. There could be a surprise. So the Panthers and Bears trade. The Bears received DJ Moore, Darnell Wright, Tyreek Stevenson, who had a really good year, Caleb Williams, and a 2025 second-round pick, and the Panthers received Bryce Young. That is brutal. I'm sorry. So comparison to Mahomes is a little generous, don't you think? So what I try to do with my comparisons is, if possible, just provide a range of outcomes of like, if I think of someone that's a super high end comp, I'll put that. And then if possible, if I think of like a low end comp, I'll try to just put both of those to kind of show how players, potential outcomes for them. Yes, I think Mahomes is definitely the 99th percentile outcome. I think most likely he's like Kyler Murray or Kyler Murray plus, which I'm a huge Kyler Murray fan, so that is not that's not a slight in any way. The problem with comps though is like it's easy for the first round guys, but I like to compare players that I've actually watched in some way. I'll even go pull up highlights if it's an older comp that I'm making. But there's most players in the draft are not going to play. They're not going to, make teams. Most players are not very good, and players that aren't very good don't play. So it's hard for me to have this memory bank of like bad players to really make a ton of comps. Like when you get into the sixth round. So yeah, it's really just play style, not like quality of player or how I see their career going. Do you think AD Mitchell can go higher than expected? Depends on where you expect him to go. I think that it seems like somewhere in the early 30s is probably the most likely for AD Mitchell. I have him as my 15th or actually 16th ranked player. I moved him behind Brian Thomas Jr. just because of some of the off the field stuff. Not that he's done anything terrible. It just seems like NFL teams have some real questions about that. I know that it was reported that there are some teams that have him off their board, but it only takes one. My comp for Johnny Wilson was Darren Waller or Mike Gesicki, and that's with projecting him to move to tight end. But really, even if he stays like listed as a receiver on the depth chart, I think it would look like if you just lined Darren Waller up at receiver. I'm with you, man. 80 Mitchell falling to 38. That would be the dream scenario for me. All right, so the Commanders have selected Jayden Daniels, quarterback out of Washington, and I'm going to give this pick a C minus. The Jayden Daniels discussion is really interesting because I think I fall kind of in the middle of how a lot of people view Jayden Daniels. I don't view him as the second best player in this class, but I don't view him as somewhere in the 20s either. I think that what he can do running the football gives him a higher floor and simultaneously gives him a higher ceiling because he's got that big play potential. He can take advantage of blitzes or man coverage. He's extremely accurate, one of the highest on target percentage of any quarterbacks in this class. There are a few times on shorter throws like swing passes where the ball placement will get away from him, but especially throwing down the field, he's as good as it gets. He throws with incredible touch. That's why the slot fade was such an unbeatable concept for the LSU offense this year. His ability to just throw an easily catchable football, drop it right in the bucket. He has a very quick and concise release, but doesn't really generate a ton of velocity. And when he does try to put more heat on it, the ball placement will suffer at times. The kind of contentious part of the Jayden Daniels evaluation, though, is how will he be able to attack the middle of the field when he gets to the NFL? When I watched his tape, I thought he showed really good anticipation and timing working those middle of the field concepts. I think the Auburn game, Mississippi State, Missouri, I think were three of his best games as far as projectable tape, being poised in the pocket, standing tall under pressure, firing a backside dig. He's shown the flashes of the ability to do that at a high level. I don't view him as purely a slot fade or scramble quarterback. But when you look at the percentages and you look at the heat maps, he is someone that doesn't target the middle of the field heavily. That's not really how their offense was designed. And you've got to kind of ask yourself, okay, is it that he's not going to be as effective targeting the middle of the field, or is it the fact that the slot fade was just so uncoverable that they had no reason to stray away from that? So I think that adds some risk. And then you've got to talk about the fact that he's built like a receiver, very skinny quarterback, and he just throws himself into contact, makes really no effort to protect himself. And it's interesting. Like, you talk to him at the combine, and I think he answered a question about that with I think he said God's got me or something. And it's like, okay, that's great, but you got to start sliding, man. Like, you're going to get injured with that frame if you're just throwing yourself into contact. So I worry about that, but another thing I really like about Jayden Daniels is that he doesn't turn the ball over. He has the lowest turnover-worthy play rate of any quarterback in this entire class for their entire career. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff to like about Jayden Daniels. I think he's a clear step down from Drake May, though, and with May on the board, I've got to give that pick a C minus. Bryce Young, where would you rank Bryce Young in this year's quarterback class? He would be my fourth-ranked quarterback behind May, Daniels, and Caleb Williams. And it's seeming like the Patriots are going to take a quarterback at 3. Adam Schefter said there's 0% chance that they trade down. Yeah, so the Patriots take Drake May, quarterback out of UNC, at pick number 3. And I'm going to give that an A+. My number one player in this class. We'll start with the bad with Drake May. The biggest issue for Drake May is accuracy. He had the lowest on-target rate of any quarterback in this class. I think there's a couple elements to that. I think, first of all, he was attacking a lot tighter windows than any of these other quarterbacks. Like, his receivers didn't get a lot of separation, but he's still super aggressive, firing the ball deep down the field. So I think the average difficulty of throw, if there was some way to measure that, I think is a lot higher. But his footwork is completely erratic. There's a lot of times that he's just disinterested in, going through proper footwork and converting those easy throws. Just a ton of really frustrating misses in the quick game, I thought, for Drake May. And so I really see that as the one thing that's holding him back from being like a top tier, slam dunk, no second thoughts, number one overall player in the draft. He's got the size, he's got the arm talent, he has really good mobility and athleticism out in open space. He can power through tackles, he can juke people out in the open field. He has the out of structure ability as a runner and as a scrambler looking to throw, to really, I think, be a complete playmaker at the quarterback position. I think what Drake May does best, definitely of anyone in this class, is attack windows over the middle of the field. He just has a sense for how hook defenders are going to play certain route combinations, when windows are going to open up. He's got the timing, he's got the velocity, and he has the natural ability to make those tight window throws accurately. He does a lot of great stuff as far as play recognition, blitz pickup, subtle ways of drifting away from pressure. I do think that there are some aspects of that he can clean up. There are some times that he'll drift away from throws unnecessarily, and occasionally he will be just kind of oblivious to a blitzing defensive back. That's the kind of thing that I'd love to, sit down in a meeting and ask him about, like, who's this on. But yeah, man, I think a slam dunk pick for the Patriots to get their quarterback of the future. So someone asks, is Jayden Daniels running level Lamar or Murray? In terms of speed, I do think yes. The thing that really separates Lamar Jackson from Jayden Daniels as a runner is the lateral quickness. Jayden isn't someone that I think has the ability to make people miss in space the way that Lamar can. Like, read option, just avoid that first in man on the line of scrimmage. It's not bad or anything, but like, Lamar Jackson is as quick of a quarterback as we've ever seen. Did they set up Drake May for failure considering how terrible the team is? They've got to make some moves. Wouldn't it surprise me if they're a team that trades back into the first round to try to get one of those offensive tackles? Let's see. And then they've got to add some receivers as well. Adam Schefter says the Cardinals are not expected to trade pick number 4. And they're expected to stay put and take an offensive weapon. Do we get Marvin Harrison Jr. here? Yeah, it's a pretty standard draft so far. No major surprises. Do you think LA trades down? I think they should be looking to. I mean, they have so many needs. That roster is kind of a wasteland. I don't know that taking like J.C. Latham. The more I think about it, I just don't really like the J.C. Latham pick for the Chargers, even though I like him as a player. So Cardinals are going with an offensive weapon. Still got all the receivers on the board. Marvin Harrison Jr. or Malik Neighbors would be my guess for the Cardinals. I would go Harrison, but I know a lot of teams prefer Neighbors because of his explosiveness. Where do you see JJ McCarthy going? I think that I could honestly see JJ McCarthy going to the Vikings at 11, like them not even having to trade up for him. All right, the Cardinals are taking Ohio State wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr., and I'm going to give that an A. My third ranked player in this class, best receiver in this class, and they've got a high end target for Kyler Murray for the future. So Marvin Harrison Jr. didn't run a 40 time, which is concerning to some people. Not really to me. I think he showed enough speed on tape, but really his standout athletic trait is his quickness. He has rare quickness for a 6'4" receiver, 6'3" actually, and he just runs routes like somebody who has been doing cone drills since he was 4. Like there are some players, Brendan Rice, for example, sorry for the stray, but you turn on his tape, it's not readily apparent that his dad is Jerry Rice. With Marvin Harrison Jr., it's like, yeah, this dude's dad is a pro. He's grown up. He knows how to set defenders up at the top of the route. He knows how to get off of the line of scrimmage, beat press coverage. He just has that refined footwork that you hardly ever see for a college receiver prospect. And I think that it stands clearly above any receiver in this class. Some other guys might have a little bit higher ceiling or more upside, sure, but Marvin Harrison's already there. I think he can be productive immediately as a rookie. He took a slight step back in terms of contested catch percentage and efficiency this past year, but overall, the ball skills, this is another area where it's just as good as it gets. Like you don't see receivers with his focus at the catch point, his ability to get his feet in bounds and make difficult sideline adjustments, and then have that physicality and leaping skills to high point the ball and win through contact. So even when he doesn't get open, he has, it's still efficient to get him the ball because he's going to come down with it over 50% of the time. As far as weaknesses for Marvin Harrison Jr. or some slight limitations, I think that he kind of has a wide frame at the line of scrimmage. So there are some times that corners are able to get their hands on him if he isn't super precise with his footwork. And I think you especially saw on his 2022 tape, like this is one of the most held college receivers that I've ever watched. There are plays where like there are just corners hanging off of him. His jersey is stretching 3 yards as he's coming out of a break. It's hard to really criticize him too much for that. And it's a clear sign that he's such a great prospect is that we're talking about him getting held, but like he is kind of an easier player to grab onto. He's not very powerful after the catch. He can make a quick move and, evade the first tackler. But he's not like an AJ Brown type of player that's going to just barrel through contact. Um, yeah, man. With Marvin Harrison Jr., it's just outside of he's probably not like a 95th percentile athlete, maybe an 80th percentile athlete. Outside of that, there's not a whole lot of holes that you can pick in his game. So yeah, that's an easy A for the Cardinals. Chargers are on the clock. I've got Adam Schefter's notifications on my phone. Last year, I tried to just do it live. The problem is that then people just say what's going to happen in the chat, and then it's like, well, I guess I should just start reacting to the pick. So I figured I'm just going to go with the up-to-date information for this stream. Would Byron Murphy be good for the Chargers? I would like that fit, definitely, but I think at 5, that would be definitely too rich. Hey, Swahiti, it's going pretty good. How are you doing? So there are 3 blue chip players remaining: Malik Neighbors, Joe Alt, Rome Odunze. I have the way that I categorize it is 7.2 and above is a blue chip player. So I think there's a good chance that those are the next 3 players off the board. We'll see what the Chargers do at pick 5 here. They could go J.C. Latham. They could go Joe Alt. I would be tempted to go with Malik Neighbors because they've got nothing at receiver. For the Packers, I like Graham Barton. I like Cooper DeJean. Let's see. Cornerbacks. I honestly like Terrion Arnold for the Packers if he were to fall there. You look at edge rushers, I could see them going with a Darius Robinson type of player. I don't know that's going to happen, but I can just really see the Packers reaching on Edgerrin Cooper. It just seems like a Gutekunst type of pick. So Adam Schefter reports that the Chargers are keeping pick number 5, no trade. Jay Glazer says it's going to be an offensive tackle for the Chargers. Man, we are getting dangerously close to the Titans taking J.C. Latham. Were you big on Quentin Johnston, and can he have a big year? I was not big on Quentin Johnston. I think I had a second-round pick or a second-round grade on him. If he can learn how to catch the ball, I think he's fine. I mean, he's explosive and big. That's a good starting point. And if you add being able to catch, then then that's a combination for at least like a wide receiver two. His problem last year is that he did not separate, and when he did, he was completely unreliable bringing the football in. So I would be pretty pessimistic about his future outlook, but there's definitely some upside. Chargers pick is in. Looking at Joe Alt or JC Latham. And the Chargers take Joe Alt, according to Adam Schefter. Joe Alt is the pick for the Chargers at 5. So I really like that pick for the Chargers. I think I'm probably going to go with a B. I'm deciding between B and B plus. I think B plus for the Chargers right there. So Joe Alt is a very interesting player to evaluate because his film doesn't look like a lot of the top offensive tackle prospects that you see. So he's 6'8". He's got not necessarily long arms for his size, but he's just such a wide frame to try to run around. And when you combine that with his slide quickness and his mobility moving around the pocket, it's just, you have to be so explosive and so technically sound to even have a chance of winning against him. He's not very forceful and like aggressive with his hands. He's very much taking the strategy of trying to be patient and just banking on the fact that you're going to waste too much time setting up your move before he even has to engage. So when you get one of these really quick, explosive, speed to power type of players that can just launch into his frame, I do think that's going to be a new adjustment for him. At almost 6'9", he's going to be at a natural leverage disadvantage with the player that he's going up against. Normally, you just don't want to be in the habit of drafting these really tall offensive tackles because it's harder for them to anchor. But he does a really good job of compensating for that by getting into a low stance, making sure that he's not leaning over, but he's just sitting down so he can reclaim that leverage, keep you out of his frame, and anchor against bull rushes. And then in the run game, I think that's the area that he made the most improvement this past season. He has an incredible ability to connect to targets at the second level and stay connected, run his feet through contact. He's got a great sense for the running back's aiming point and the design of the play. So he's someone where if a player, slants over into a gap, he can just take them exactly where they're going. He knows the running back's going to be able to cut right off his hip. Just a really high level of awareness and technique for a player that's still new to the position. I think, like I said, the one potential red flag for him is going to be going up against, like if he goes up against a guy that's got a deadly speed to power and then, adds a push-pull move onto that, I think that could be a combination that he kind of struggles with. Just being taller and having to get into kind of an unnatural stance to deal with power. But I see him as a really high floor tackle prospect. Obviously, there's still some bust potential because that's just how it is with tackles. But man, compared to most guys that I've ever watched, I just think the control that he plays with combined with the athletic traits, I think he's going to be a high quality starter for them. The Joe Alt dream is dead, man, for the Titans. When people say this OT can play OG if he fails, I'm worried. Yeah, I don't blame you. a Justin and SK. I appreciate that. It means a lot. So for the Titans at 7, like let's talk about it from the Giants and then the Titans. For the Giants, I feel like Malik Neighbors would be my pick. In that case, I think the Titans should try to trade down. And yeah, just reported the Giants are selecting wide receiver Malik Neighbors out of LSU. I had these picks like pre-written in here based on what I was expecting to happen, and they've all been right so far. So not a whole lot of drama. I think the grade for this is going to be another B plus. A lot of grading for these top picks is kind of hard because teams have limited options and not as many opportunities to reach. So I'm handing out a lot of standard, just like B plus grades. And the Titans are on the clock. So yeah, I think the Titans should trade back here. That's what I would do. Adunze and Latham, I think, are appropriate picks for this value. Not picks that I would hate at all, but I would like to trade back, try to get Olu Fashanu somewhere in the early teens. So talking about Malik Neighbors for the Giants, Malik Neighbors is the most explosive player in this class, or I'll at least say most explosive receiver. It's not just his ability to accelerate off the line of scrimmage, though. He can absolutely do that. He can outrun anyone on a slot fade, create instant vertical separation, but it's also his ability to stop and cut off routes on the vertical plane. The most effective and sudden stop, curl, comeback route runner in this class. And then after the catch, he's not like a Malachi Corley type that's just going to truck people, but he eats up space instantly. Really, the common theme across his tape is that corners are just consistently not expecting him to be that explosive. You know, they're transitioning a tick low because they think there's no way he can beat me to this angle. And yeah, he's got that true game-breaking big play potential because of his speed, his start-stop ability, and his explosiveness. He runs the best double moves in this class. And then as far as change of direction skills, I actually think he has the lateral fluidity to be one of these like Garrett Wilson, Stephon Diggs type of route runners. He took major steps this year as far as being more concise with his footwork, and you saw that translate to a lot more consistent separation. I think if he becomes a little bit more of a true technician as an intermediate route runner, this is a top 5 type of receiver. He's my second highest graded receiver that I've ever evaluated in the last 3 years that I've had this grading scale. So yeah, I really like Malik Neighbors as a big play threat in the slot. There are some times that he will struggle with press coverage. He kind of has one strategy for defeating press, which is dipping the shoulder and basically just running away from it and avoiding it. I'd like him to be able to separate off the line of scrimmage in kind of a 1-by-1 yard square a little bit more and actually use his feet to get corners off balance. And then he's got decent size, 6 foot, 199 pounds, below average arm length. You know, it's not a player where you're saying size is a major concern, but I don't know that he's going to be this elite contested catch threat or, you know, really winning with a ton of physicality. He's definitely a finesse type of player. But yeah, I really like that pick for the Giants. Titans on the clock, man. It's going to be Latham. Yeah, this is the worst case scenario for Tennessee. Let's look at best available players. So like Adunze and Latham are my seventh and eighth ranked player. Um, Based on what's available to them, I wouldn't have a major problem with either of those picks. I think that if you can trade back though and get into the 11 to 14 range, in some way pick up a third round pick that you don't have, and then target the Olu, Amarius Mims, Troy Fautanu tier of tackles. And then, I've also got Fuaga as a guard, but I think he could play tackle. Um, I would much prefer that than taking Latham, who I view as just a similar caliber of prospect as those other guys. Um, could Newton be the steal of his draft considering his ranking? I don't understand why Newton is not even a consensus first round pick. All right. The pick is in. The Titans are selecting Alabama offensive tackle J.C. Latham, seventh overall. The first entry that I've got to change is deleting Joe Alt and typing in J.C. Latham. Thinking about how I want to grade this pick, kind of the worst possible outcome for them as far as how the board fell. And they had, I think, pretty limited options, but I am going to go with a C minus for that pick. And we've got the Atlanta Falcons on the board. So talking about J.C. Latham as a prospect, he played right tackle for Alabama, and I thought he had some incredible tape in this past year. He's a former five-star recruit. He's got tree trunk legs, like the lower body power that J.C. Latham possesses is unlike any offensive lineman in this class. And he has really, I think, the ideal build because he's just under 6'6", so he's got that natural leverage against power rushes. He's got 35-inch arms, huge hands. The thing that J.C. Latham does the best is clinch up against power rushers and just have that elite grip strength to end the rep early. When he gets his hands on a player, he does not let go. There are so many examples on tape of power rushers just squirming to try to free themselves from J.C. Latham's contact. And he's just, posted up 5 yards away from the quarterback, holding them in place. Obviously, he's going to, just like with any college offensive line prospect, he's going to face some more effective power rushers when he gets into the NFL. But the guys he was going up against in the SEC, they could not get displacement into the pocket. But unlike a lot of these, I have a Trent Brown comp for him. Unlike a lot of bigger, more powerful offensive linemen, he's actually really skilled with his hands, and you see the footwork and ability to get depth in the pocket to protect against speed rushes. Like, he didn't have really any losses that I can think of around the outside shoulder. He's able to get depth. He's got nuanced hand usage to bait out moves. He can play patient. He can be aggressive. He can jump set. He has pretty much everything that you look for as far as pass protection and an offensive tackle, except when he has to redirect back to the inside. That's really the one issue with J.C. Latham, and it's the reason that you'll hear people like me say, if he doesn't work out at offensive tackle, he could be a great guard because he's going to have to cover less space. Most of his losses in pass pro were a guy attacks the outside shoulder and then cuts inside through the B gap and he can get that depth to the outside initially, but he can't redirect and protect the B gap like you want. So some of that's going to have to just be taking more balanced sets, and I think there is a technical aspect to it that can improve, but that is really the one athletic limitation, and we didn't see him do a short shuttle or a three cone or any of those things that could potentially, give us some confirmation in the positive direction. In the run game, I thought he was excellent, especially as a power run blocker. You watch the Texas A&M tape. I mean, Walter Nolan, who was the number one recruit in his class for Texas A&M, like J.C. Latham is transporting him off the screen 13 to 15 yards down the field. He can get out in open space and just erase linebackers and safeties. I think that he offers a lot as a run blocker. But yeah, it's the inside counters. And then also he was a very heavily penalized player in this past season. And a good amount of those were false start penalties, which a handful of those is, kind of concerning, or excuse me, a handful of those you can kind of overlook. But once they start to rack up and you've got a player with foot speed concerns, that starts to tell me they're worried about getting beat around the edge off the snap. So they're kind of overzealous getting into their set. And the thing with like JC Latham moving to guard, the reason that I had the Tyler Smith comp for him, I don't think they're exactly the same player, but I do see a similar kind of career path for them where they could play at tackle, but it ends up that they're just all pro caliber guards. Um, and for the Titans, I don't know that it's great business to spend two back-to-back picks, back-to-back first-round picks at guard. But if he turns out to be like DeJuan Jones with the traps, that would be nice. Whoa. The Falcons are drafting Michael Penix Jr. at 8. Oh my. Okay, that is the first just shocking pick of this draft. So Michael Penix Jr., after they already have Kirk Cousins, man, I don't want to be too mean, but I think I might go F. Hello to all of the people that are back watching this after Michael Penix Jr. is Rookie of the Year. That is shocking to me. I don't know how many people would have guessed that Penix goes above J.J. McCarthy. So we got the Bears on the clock, and let's talk about Michael Penix Jr. So Michael Penix Jr. transferred from Indiana, played the last couple years at Washington, and I think has had, probably the most consistently productive and effective college career of any of these quarterbacks when you talk about longevity. He's got a rocket arm. He can make every single throw, and like his highlight reel of just, top 10 throws of 20 plus air yards, it stacks up with Drake May and Caleb Williams. Absolutely. He had his best performance against Texas in the semifinal. And then arguably his worst performance in the championship game against Michigan. I thought that that Texas game might result in a kind of CJ Stroud track for him, but comes back down to earth with the Michigan performance. So he's got the high end throws on tape and the ability to fit it into tight windows down the field. The accuracy is just not consistent on a snap to snap basis. And there's a lot of people nowadays that do great work charting on target throw percentage and accuracy. The Ringer has like pinpoint rate and stuff like that. And he's consistently grading out as one of the worst quarterbacks in this class in terms of consistent ball placement. I think there's a lot of people that watch some of his, like broadcast primetime games, and you're not watching the games throughout the middle of the season. Like there was a pretty rough 5 or 6 game stretch between the Oregon game and the start of the playoffs where he's missing a lot of throws. He's, airmailing easy touchdowns by 5 yards. So there are some concerns there. Pressure to sack rate has been historically a very telling metric as far as projecting a quarterback's success in the NFL. It's something that seems to be pretty sticky from college to the NFL. And he has a 6.5% pressure to sack rate for his career, which is the second lowest in this class to Bo Nix. So the ability to be decisive and avoid taking sacks is definitely a plus for him. He kind of has some other similarities to CJ Stroud in that he's very athletic, but he doesn't scramble or really extend the play, create many plays outside of the pocket. He ran a 4.58 at Washington's Pro Day, which is really impressive. But you didn't get to see that as many times on tape. And then he also kind of, played in an offense where a lot of his production was just slot fades to Rome Odunze, a lot of just sideline contested shots, not as much attacking the middle of the field. And I think when he was asked to read out the middle of the field, the results were inconsistent. He has some flashes of attacking zone coverage windows with good timing, but he'll also kind of lock onto first reads, misdiagnose safeties and stuff. And then you combine what I think is a very inconsistent tape profile with the other aspects of him being a 6th-year senior, brutal injury history. He's got the 4 consecutive season-ending injuries that everyone's discussed heavily up to this point. For me, though, I don't think I have any more injury concerns with Michael Penix Jr. than I do with Jaden Daniels, for example. Like Michael Penix is at least built to take hits in the NFL. So, I think it's something that you got to put on their scouting report, but clearly the Falcons didn't have any medical concerns with him, and he's been able to stay healthy the last 2 years. So that's more of a minor thing for me. But yeah, as far as the grade, I mean, not only do I have a 2nd-round grade on Michael Penix, so I think it's a reach from a value perspective, but I also I don't understand it with Kirk Cousins already in the fold. And yeah, I don't think that was a very good pick. I will say though, like I'm never, rooting against players so that my draft takes end up being true. I don't care about that at all. But Michael Penix is a player that I'm definitely rooting for. As an Indiana fan myself, brought me some of the best memories of Indiana football that I've ever seen, which is a very low bar. And he's also seems like a good dude. He had that. I'm sure everyone's seen that comeback against. It was the first Oregon game. He's like freestyling to his teammate on the sideline the drive before, and then he goes on the field and leads the comeback. So I like Michael Penix. Bears pick is in at 9. Rome Odunze or Olu Fashanu would probably be my guess. Yep. The Bears are taking Washington wide receiver Rome Odunze at pick 9. Another one that I already had written in there, and I got to go an A. Yeah, I think A is good for Rome Odunze. So they get Justin Fields, another weapon that a lot of people, or not Justin Fields, Caleb Williams, another weapon that a lot of people have compared to Keenan Allen, who they just traded for from the Chargers. The surrounding core that Caleb Williams is going into with DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, and Keenan Allen, a solid offensive line. You've got a good tight end in Cole Kmet. Like, that's as good of a supporting cast as a first overall pick is pretty much ever going to have. Minnesota is trading with the New York Jets. So the Vikings are now on the clock. And we can get into Rome Odunze. So Rome Odunze is, like I've said, I think he is the high floor, slightly lower upside receiver out of the top 3. Now we talk about upside. It's like no one would have said that Tom Brady had a high ceiling, right? If you just become a master of technique and skills, and these players are getting paid a ton of money to get better at football. So, I hate to say that somebody has a higher or has a lower ceiling, but like, this is someone that I think projects as a high-end number 2 receiver. I think he's got inside-outside versatility. He can play in the slot, and he is one of the best contested catch receivers that I have ever evaluated. PFF charted him with a 75% contested catch rate in 2023, which is the top of this class, and I can't remember seeing anybody with a better rate. A lot of times contested catch receivers can be a little bit risky because you're going up against college competition and you're just dominating a bunch of smaller corners and, mossing them 40 yards down the field. And then you go up against Patrick Surtain and it's not going to be that easy. With Rome Odunze, I think there's a higher chance that translates because a lot of the ways that he's winning in contested catches is with focus and skills, flashing late hands, a lot of stuff that's just more translatable to the NFL because he's not relying on this elite size or athletic advantage over his competition. I think that, he ran a very limited route tree at Washington that I don't think is conducive to him being labeled as this high-end separator. He's running a lot of goes and fades where he's usually not going to create a ton of separation because it's hard to just outrun people in a straight line. So he didn't get to run a ton of, intermediate routes, digs, slants, outs. He showed some really impressive footwork on those routes. I still question whether he has that elite lateral burst to be a high-end separator there. But he's not someone that I would say is stiff or a bad route runner by any means. So yeah, I really like that pick for the Bears, and I'm glad that they took Odunze instead of going with an offensive tackle for sure. So the Vikings are taking Michigan quarterback J.J. McCarthy at 10. A lot of people had that projected, but probably at 11. type that in there. And I will give that a C. I think that I'm actually going to give them a C plus because they didn't trade up. I think it's good value to, well, they traded up from 11 to 10, but they didn't trade up into the top five and, waste a ton of draft capital moving up for JJ McCarthy. I think, you get your quarterback of the future. It's definitely a reach on my board. But quarterback is a position where there's so many external factors. A lot has been made about JJ McCarthy, what he's like off the field, seems to have, a good work ethic and stuff like that. I'm not going to factor that a ton into my evaluation because I can't necessarily verify it. But I do understand that when you're interviewing these players and you're spending a ton of time with them, that's obviously going to be a huge aspect of how you value them. I mean, if you think relate it to any other industry, would you ever hire someone without interviewing them? Probably not. And that's kind of what I'm doing is ranking these players without knowing them personally. So if I end up being wrong about JJ McCarthy as having him as the 23rd ranked player, that could be another reason why. It could also be that I just don't know what I'm looking at. I think that JJ McCarthy, probably the biggest thing that stands out for him in the positive direction is his ability to generate velocity over the middle of the field. He can throw a seam pass and get it past linebackers that are trying to squeeze those windows. The Michigan State game, he had several really high level examples of that. When you transition to trying to throw with touch and lofted over zone coverage, whether that's over the middle of the field or down the sideline, that's where he really struggles. You go look at his interception against Maryland, like he's trying to loft it over the middle linebacker in the red zone, and it's like everything is just a line drive with him. So I think that's, from an arm talent and being able to make every throw, that's one of the biggest areas that he's got to improve. You also saw a real drop off in accuracy and ball placement when he was throwing to his left, which also concerning. And from a pure arm strength perspective, I think he's a, B to B minus type of arm. I don't see this elite upside where it's like if he just gets a little bit of development, he's going to be a top 5 player. But it's solid functional arm strength. Talking about all these quarterbacks' athleticism, it starts to sound like a broken record because really there are no more statue quarterbacks that come out anymore. Pretty much every quarterback in this class is, at least the high level ones, are good athletes. And JJ McCarthy's no different. He's got fluidity in open space. He's got straight line speed to beat defenders to the corner. He can scramble out of the pocket and make some impressive throws on the run. He's got some decent play extension ability. He actually had the fewest number of throwaways in this class, which is pretty interesting. There are some times where he'll get out into the alley, extending the play, and he just doesn't know when to throw it away. He'll take a really bad sack or force it somewhere. You can kind of tell that he just never gets an opportunity to throw the ball. So he's like, hey, anytime you call a pass, I'm taking advantage of my opportunity. So yeah, I think that JJ McCarthy is probably like his high end is Dak Prescott. I think a mid to high range outcome for him would be Alex Smith. And, I like it from the perspective of wanting to reset the quarterback contract window and not be paying a ton of money, for a Kirk Cousins and just say like we can get another version of Kirk Cousins that we're paying a lot less to. It's certainly, at least in my opinion, it's not the upside play where we've seen how a Kirk Cousins type plays out once we get into the playoffs and we want a little bit higher ceiling. I feel like they would probably have been more aggressive trying to get up into the top 3, but yeah, with how the board fell, I don't hate JJ McCarthy at 10. Yeah, JJ's got only a few quarterbacks ran the 3-cone, but by far the highest is like 90 something percentile. Thank you for the super chat. Where do Latu and Ricky go? Give me a follow up if you're talking about Ricky Pearsall, but I would say Latu to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers could be a good spot. And then Ricky Pearsall, somewhere in the late 30s to early 40s. Derek, I cannot believe Michael Penix went at 8. That's shocking. Shocking. The audacity. Apparently, Raheem Morris really liked Michael Penix. So it's the first time in NFL history that 5 quarterbacks have gone in the first 10 picks. Jim Wyatt, who's like the Titans beat reporter, he did a poll of who the Titans were going to pick. I was one of the only ones that said J.C. Latham, though, so that was a good prediction. Too bad I didn't put money on it. So we got the Jets on the clock at 11. I would go Olu Fashanu here. Brock Bowers seems... Yep. Jets make the smart move and take Penn State offensive tackle Olu Fashanu with pick 11. I like that pick a lot. Let's go with a... I'll go with a solid B for that pick. Oops. All right. So Olu Fashanu, who we've discussed pretty in-depth, projecting him to some other teams. But the Jets take Olu Fashanu at pick 11. They addressed both of their tackle spots through free agency this past offseason, but you are kind of worried about Tyron Smith playing a full season of games. Fashanu will be able to develop behind one of the best tackles of all time. Certainly in my lifetime, he's kind of always been a top just 3 or 4 tackle in my head for as long as I've been watching tape. And sometimes the mentor thing can get kind of overvalued or something, but I think that's a great player for him to learn behind. Even though they have their starting tackles in place, it's for what they're trying to do as far as milking everything out of this Super Bowl window with Aaron Rodgers. I think that's absolutely the right pick. So Olu Fashanu, 6'6", 312 pounds. He's got right at 34-inch arms, which is usually the cutoff. Extremely small hands. 8.5-inch hands is the smallest hand size in combine history. I think there have been a couple other people that have tied him. That's a minor concern for me, but not something that affected my grade at all. It can kind of translate to how impactful your punch is and your ability to have grip strength and just latch on to players. But overall, it's more something that gets headlines. He's a really excellent athlete, especially in terms of lateral movement skills. He can get depth to protect against speed rushes. He can recover in either direction and just move around the offensive line like a tight end in a lot of ways. He had some hiccups on his tape, especially against Ohio State, where he gave up some pressures to JT Tuimoloau, lost to power a few times. I think he is a little bit on the lighter side for an offensive tackle, 312 pounds. It's not, elite size like someone like JC Latham, but against pretty much everyone else, he did not lose to power rushes. And what's most important is that he has the lower body flexibility and the anchor footwork and the awareness to set his anchor quickly and then really just redirect that power into the ground. It's not a player where he's just bigger than everyone. And so, speed to power is just kind of bouncing off of him naturally. He really has the technical skills down to have a solid anchor in the NFL. The two things with Fashanu that he needs to continue to improve are hand usage and just run blocking overall. So his hand usage, he doesn't get himself into trouble with his hands. Like he doesn't really overextend a lot, but he isn't as firm and impactful when he actually lands his strike as you want him to be. So if somebody's, going at him with the speed to power, they can get into his frame, and then he's having to set his anchor and redirect power rushes earlier than he would normally have to. In the run game, he showed a lot of improvements this past season. I think he's still an average to slightly above average run blocker. Not someone that's consistently moving people off the line of scrimmage, but coming back to the lateral fluidity, he's got the range as a zone blocker, where there's definitely upside. And I think that if he can continue on the track that he's been on, it makes sense that, he could eventually develop into a quality run blocker. I still view him as more of that Laramie Tunzel type of player where, you never watch the Texans and feel like Laramie Tunzel's holding you back in the run game, but he doesn't, have a lot of highlight blocks or anything like that. It's mostly just being a rock solid pass blocker. Yeah, JJ McCarthy looks like he's 12 for sure. Um, what do you think about JC? Yeah, I really like JC Latham as a player, more so than I think most people do. I mean, I had him as a top 10 player on my board. One thing I worry about is sliding with inside counters and having the quick feet to do that. And I kind of worry that you get into a situation where you're 2 consecutive years, you're taking a tackle and then you have to move them inside to guard. Um, oh, the Broncos are taking Oregon quarterback Bo Nix at 12. So for everything that we've heard about how, and that I said at the beginning of this stream about how quarterbacks, uh, the number of teams that want a quarterback kind of runs out, and they're not gonna go all go in the first round. It looks like they are all going in the first round. Bo Nix at 12 to the Denver Broncos is going to be I'll give that a C. I'm actually a lot higher than on Bo Nix than the consensus. So the Broncos take Bo Nix, man. Let's talk about him. So Bo Nix, if you watched him when he was at Auburn, you probably have a negative view if that's all that you've seen from him. He was kind of erratic, making a lot of bad decisions, play extension, and just, lofting up some bad interceptions. But really, when he transferred to Oregon, he refined and just controlled his level of play to a really good balance and ended up having one of the most statistically productive and efficient college quarterback seasons that we've seen. Now, anytime that I've ever talked about Bo Nix, I always lead off with saying that his statistical output and efficiency, if you just look at yardage, completion percentage, it's fugazi. It's, not on the elemental plane. That is basically a stat that's being lifted by Oregon's screen heavy offense. He's getting a lot of yak production. I don't think that you can just look at his box score stats and really have that tell you a whole lot about him as a prospect. The thing with Bo Nix is that when you actually get into his tape and you watch him throw down the field, operate NFL style concepts, that alone is extremely impressive. And I think even once you filter out all the screen dump offs and tosses to Bucky Irving that he takes for 40 yards and Bo Nix gets credit for that. Once you toss all that stuff out, the rest of Bo Nix tape is, a starting NFL quarterback. He has, I think, he's B minus to B plus in a lot of areas. He's got a good arm. He's not pinpoint accurate, but relative to the rest of the quarterbacks in this class, I would say he's accurate. When it comes to operating NFL style concepts over the middle of the field from the pocket, he has a really good sense for zone coverage windows. He can throw with anticipation. You can see why Sean Payton would want him in his offense as just someone that's going to execute the play, get through his progressions, deliver the ball accurately. He is a little bit too willing to come off of that first read and hit his check down. You'd like him to be slightly more aggressive from the pocket. But yeah, I mean, he can make every throw. He's very accurate throwing out on the run. He was one of the best quarterbacks in this class under pressure this past season. Really didn't turn the ball over or even make turnover-worthy throws this past year outside of when he was in the red zone. That's the one area that I would see him make some bad decisions, is he kind of loft up some prayers into triple coverage when he was, like within the 5-yard line. Outside of that, man, I think he had 4 total turnover-worthy plays this past year. So there's so much to like with Bo Nix's floor. And again, when we talk about floor and ceiling, it's not definite. It's just like his lower range of outcomes, I still think, is a quality starting quarterback. The footwork is the main thing that I was concerned about with his tape. He'll make some throws more difficult for himself by just not throwing with a consistent base. And then just the age and the fact that he might be a player that's kind of maxed out. And compared to J.J. McCarthy, you don't project a ton of physical upside. Like, I think J.J. McCarthy's arm can get stronger. I don't really see that with Bo Nix. But yeah, man, I think that's going to be a pick that a lot of people consider a major reach. And I do think it's a reach based on my board, but you also got to take into account the way quarterbacks are flying off the board. Don't hate Bo Nix at 12 at all. For me, like, also a C is average. I went to engineering school, so I was celebrating C's. So. Did you just drop a Fugazi? Yeah, I was trying to access that Wolf of Wall Street line with Matthew McConaughey. It's a who's-he, it's a what's it, it's a, yeah. Bo is the most improved college quarterback, even compared to Penix and Jaden. I think that, so I think Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels are similar in the sense that their last year was definitely their best year of college, but I think people are underselling their second to last seasons. Is like, neither of them were terrible in 2022. They showed some real improvement, and then 2023 they took a major step up to solidify themselves as first round picks. Penix, I think, had the high level statistical output once he got to Washington, but I felt like he had some good tape at Indiana as well. Like, with Bo Nix as a freshman or sophomore, it's like, this dude kind of cannot play. With Penix, never felt like he was a bad quarterback in any way. Yeah, I think C. I think J.C. Latham should probably be a C instead of a C minus, just because I was more punishing them for stuff that was out of their control and like how the board fell. So yeah, I'll move that. And then it's looking like the Raiders are taking Brock Bowers at pick 13. So we'll enter that one in. Brock Bowers is probably, he's definitely the best college tight end that I've ever watched. I think I would have had very similar grades on him and Kyle Pitts, although I think Pitts would probably be a step up, just because of his size and, verified athleticism. Um, I would have preferred them to address tackle or a defensive player. I don't really get, he plays technically a different position from Michael Mayer. I don't know. That's kind of a weird pick to me. Even though I like the player, I'm gonna go with a C minus. Um, yeah. And we can get into Brock Bowers, the player. So Brock Bowers, like I said, it's between him and Kyle Pitts for best tight end prospects that I've ever watched. I didn't have this grading scale back in Kyle Pitts' class. I was kind of just watching a couple games of tape casually, so can't compare them specifically with a grade. But Brock Bowers he fits into this H-back, like flex tight end, almost fullback type of role, as opposed to the Gronk Y tight end that can just uproot a base defensive end that weighs 270 pounds. There are ways that you can play Brock Bowers that I think will limit his upside as an NFL player. If you just try to line him up with his hand in the ground, have him do a bunch of inline blocking against players that weigh 40 pounds more than him, I don't think he's going to have a lot of success there. But what he can do is line up in the slot, line up in the backfield, line up inside, and just separate against linebackers, slot corners, vertically, horizontally, with any type of route, and then create after the catch. He has a complete skill set for a wide receiver. Even though he didn't test, I mean, dude, turn on the tape. He's outrunning SEC defenses constantly. I know that the SEC still doesn't compare to the NFL, but it's the closest thing that we get at the college level. He's got the quickness and the loose hips to separate out of horizontal breaks. He can run like skinny posts against slot corners or quarter safeties. And then after the catch, he's got a complete skill set. He can truck over players. He can make people miss. He can spin out of tackles. He's got a stiff arm. The first thing I talked about with Brock Bowers is his limitations as a blocker, but he actually brings a lot to the table in that phase. As long as you're getting him on the move and you're having him block linebackers and defensive backs, like, he's as good of a blocker for one of these H-back flex tight ends as I can remember, honestly. I mean, he has such a consistent success rate, making contact, getting his hands inside, not lacking for physicality at all. I think despite his limitations in certain matchups, he actually projects to add a lot of value as a blocker. I just don't really get from the Raiders' perspective, like, they've got Michael Mayer. They can be their wide tight end. I feel like Michael Mayer's blocking was a little bit oversold, but he's fine. They've got plenty of receivers. I hate to be someone that is criticizing a team for not drafting for need or for drafting for need, but that's not where I would have gone. I'll say that. Saints on the clock here. This is probably where we see an offensive tackle. I mean, they have a huge need at tackle. We could see Amarius Mims, Troy Fautanu would be pretty rich for Tyler Guyton, and then Talise Fuaga, who I have as a guard, but could be a tackle for them. They've had some terrible luck. I mean, to trade up for Trevor Penning, and he can't even. It's not even like he's a low level starter. Like he can't even get on the field. And then you've got the injury thing with Ryan Ramczyk, so they need both tackle spots. Would be shocked if they go with another position. Yeah, Bowers is like a use check type of player that can probably do a little bit more. My comp was Sam Laporta because I think he is someone that can line up in the slot and run some pretty good routes and separate. Do you think the Titans go with someone to play slot at 38 or edge or something else? I think that a slot receiver is probably most likely. I think if Ladd McConkey's there, that's a player that they would target for sure. When you look at receivers available, Brian Thomas and A.D. Mitchell are the clear top two, and then Xavier Worthy, Ladd McConkey down the board. So the Saints are taking Oregon State offensive tackle Talise Fuaga, 14th overall. And I mean, that's a pick that they have to make. Like sometimes you can get in trouble by over prioritizing need in the first round. But the Saints just could not leave this day one of the draft without some sort of long-term solution at tackle. The other options were Amarius Mims, Troy Fautanu. I prefer Mims, but I understand if they might have had some injury concerns there. So I think it's kind of a pick that they had to make. I don't view Fuaga as a really, he's kind of a borderline top 20 guy for me. So comparing it to my board, I don't love the value, but I also understand the situation that they were in. So C is a solid grade for them. Talking about Fuaga as a player, load up his scouting report here. So Talise Fuaga played right tackle for Oregon State, and I think that he is the best run blocker in this class. You really see that in every phase of run blocking, whether it's a backside cutoff, a reaching a difficult shade on wide zone. He's got the hip fluidity. He's got the explosiveness off the line of scrimmage to reach difficult angles. He generates so much power in the run game. He will just straight up drive people off the line of scrimmage. But what's even more impressive is he'll just get two hands on like a three tech and launch him out of a gap and put him on his back. Like the Colorado tape stands out. Washington State tape is probably the most dominant individual tape from anyone in this class. As a run blocker, he does everything that I want to see, except for the fact that he can be a little bit too eager to hit that kill shot at the second level instead of latching on and securing contact. But it's really hard to watch Fuanga's tape and have any concerns about his run blocking. In pass pro, I think that there are some issues that led me ultimately to move him to guard. So he's really aggressive with his hands, which you want to see. Ideally, you need to be able to play with patience and aggression and be able to mix up your technique. But he's kind of all aggression at this point, where he's throwing his outside hand. It's been discussed, so much at this point, but I'll go through it again. He strikes with the outside hand very early in the rep, and he's not as flexible to like pull that back and bait out moves. So he's just dangling his outside hand for the pass rusher to swipe down. If you have elite recovery ability and you can get depth in the pocket when they swipe down that outside hand, you can live with that strategy. But Fuanga is kind of just average in that area. So there are times that his outside hand will get knocked down. They'll bend around the corner. He can't seal it off, or he'll lean his weight too far to the outside. He loses to an inside counter. He'll lose to inside spin some. His pass protection last year statistically was pretty solid, but there were some concerning losses that I think lead me to view him, to fit best at guard. With the Saints specifically, I think he's definitely going to start out at tackle. So we'll see if he can iron out those technical kind of nuances. I think that there is definitely a path where if he can fix some technical things, he can survive at tackle for sure. But yeah, pretty solid pick. They were in a tough situation. Yeah, there haven't been any defensive players picked. I think I saw this was the record maybe for most consecutive offensive players to start out a draft. And Colts are on the clock. So for the Colts, Byron Murphy could make some sense because they need a defensive lineman. I could see any of the edge rushers. I could also see Brian Thomas Jr., depending on how they view him medically. A.D. Mitchell, I think, is going to be one of those players that's on this top remaining players list for probably a while. So the last time that 6 quarterbacks have gone in the first 12 picks was 1983. That's crazy. Yeah, the record of most offensive players to open a draft was 7 in 2021, and it's been doubled this year with 14. That's insane. But it makes sense look up any NFL draft board. You'll see like one defender in the top 10 based on, how people grade them and everyone else's offense. This is a historic class, not only in terms of being good offensively, but having that disparity between both sides of the ball. The Colts could go with so many different options here. I could also see Quinyon Mitchell, Nate Wiggins. I think teams will probably be a little bit lower on him than me, just because he's light and he's got the injury issues. we look at my top kickers remaining, Joshua Carty. Top corners, Quinyon, Nate Wiggins, Terrion Arnold, Kool-Aid McKinstry. Could see Cooper DeJean for the Colts, definitely. My guess, though, is going to be Brian Thomas Jr. And the Colts are taking UCLA edge rusher Leatu Latu, 15th overall. I think that I'll go C+ for Leatu Latu. Actually, let's go B-. Yeah, B-. So Leatu Latu is he was the most productive pass rusher in college football this past year. Just really some incredible technical refinement for a college pass rusher. Like, you never see players coming out with this advanced level of hand usage and just the wide array of moves that he has at his disposal. I've compared it to, if you've ever played Red Dead Redemption, you can like freeze time, basically. That it's called Deadeye, where you can freeze time and like aim your shot perfectly. That's how it is with Leatu Latu using pass rushing moves. He just has this incredible sense for which technique the offensive tackle is going to use, where he's going to shoot his hand, what he needs to do to defeat it. When his first move gets tied up, it's just instant transition into his counters, into his secondary rush effort. The skill and technical polish with his hands. Like, this is a guy that is doing chop drills on the dummies. It looks like he's doing that 8 hours a day. So you're going to get someone that can come in and immediately be productive, and I think productive at a high level. Now, he doesn't have great length, and so if you're a player that wins a lot with your hands and you don't have long arms, that's obviously not an ideal combination. And you will see against the better competition that he faced. You look up his reps against Talise Fuaga out of Oregon State, against Jordan Morgan out of Arizona. When he goes up against a player that has seen a cross chop before and doesn't just crumble when he starts swinging his arms in front of their face, it's a lot less productive and efficient. And so this could be a player that I think might kind of clean up against like the worst tackles in the NFL, which, to be fair, is how most pass rushers are. You don't see a ton of 8 pressure performances against Lane Johnson or anything. And then the other thing is that he doesn't have much of a power element as a pass rusher. You don't see him win with a long arm or speed to power that often. He's you can't call him one-dimensional because of how many different moves he's able to use. But as far as, having that extra power dimension, I think that's something you'd like to see him add. He is 260 pounds, so he's got the good size, got the ideal size that you look for. But yeah, I think adding power and then getting a little bit stronger in the run game. He didn't really set a hard edge, in my opinion. He does make plays as a run defender. His ability to win with his hands as a pass rusher translates to the run game. He's got great awareness for screens and dump offs and stuff like that. So really skilled player, but he's got the injury concerns. Was forced to medically retire because of a neck injury, which is obviously going to be concerning for a lot of teams. And he's someone that it wouldn't have surprised me if he fell to the even the late 20s, despite how good of a player he is. But the Colts clearly didn't have those medical concerns, so I'll trust them and like that pick for sure. Hey, the Red Dead Redemption thing, that was the first thing I thought of, honestly, man. He just he has just that ability to like slow down time, it seems like. You literally watching the tape, you have to go frame by frame to even analyze what he's doing with his hands because he's so quick. It's not only, quick as far as moving his hands fast, but it's being decisive and precise with where he's going. Yep, Lad at 38. That's my pick for the Titans. So the Seahawks at 16, they need help all over the defensive line. Um, could potentially be a right tackle team depending on what Abe Lucas's injury is looking like. Also needs some interior O line help. They've been mocked Terry and Arnold a few times, which I wouldn't, I don't really see the fit there, but he does kind of complete your secondary, I guess. If you're confident in Tariq Woolen on the outside, obviously you're confident in Devin Witherspoon as the other outside corner, and then Terry and Arnold can play slot, or maybe they want Arnold and Witherspoon flipped with Witherspoon in the slot. I think Arnold's got some a little bit below average speed. You'll see him get stacked vertically on tape. Yes, a man of culture. JC Latham versus Leatu Latu is going to be a appointment viewing matchup next year. He'll really be tested with those inside counters. So my pick for the Seahawks at 16, I think you got to go Byron Murphy out of Texas. Best defensive lineman in the class. If you wanted to go Dallas Turner, I wouldn't hate that. Chances Titans trade up for another pick. I think the Titans need to be in the trading back business. They don't have a third round pick. They need, anytime you like do a mock draft, they've kind of got a one too many needs to fill with their number of picks. So I'd like to see them add a third round pick if they can, or at least stick and pick at 38. A shout out to open season. All right, Seahawks take Byron Murphy, 16th overall. I love that pick for the Seahawks. Byron Murphy, defensive lineman out of Texas, was my highest graded defensive player. It's out of position of need. I got to go, let's go A- for that pick. Don't have too many complaints. So getting into Byron Murphy as a prospect, this is a player where, so Texas defense was one of the first units that I watched, and I'm going through it. I got a list of like 6 or 7 potential guys that need to be on my radar for the draft, and a couple games in, Byron Murphy sticks out as like, okay, this is the high level NFL draft prospect on this defensive roster. He's got elite athleticism in really every phase, whether it's linear explosiveness or the lateral twitch to move from gap to gap and attack the edge as a pass rusher. When he's squared up with a blocker, he has always got a two-way go. He can attack either gap. He's got the quickness where most offensive linemen just can't mirror him. He's an effective power rush. He can get underneath their pads, drive his legs, create displacement into the pocket, and then pretty good hand usage. Compare him to someone like Johnny Newton, who's my second-ranked defensive tackle. I think he's a slight step down just as far as the diversity of his move set and how violent he is with his hands, but he's got a nice club rip where he gets a lot of quick wins. So as a pass rusher, like he has really elite potential, and I think from day one, he's going to be immediately productive. His ceiling is going to be determined by how polished and refined his hand usage can become. In the run game, he is a little bit undersized, 297 pounds, doesn't have great length. Against single blocks, he was pretty much dominant. Didn't really see him get moved back or reached by a one-on-one block very often. They actually had him playing mostly nose tackle and Tavondre Sweat playing mostly three technique, which is kind of interesting. So he was facing a lot more double teams than he's probably going to face in the NFL. And he performed admirably in that situation. Like he has the technique that everybody's talked about where he will get fully on the ground. He'll either drop a knee. Sometimes he'll be almost crawling like underneath the blockers. And then he'll explode up into the backfield and kind of deal with double teams that way. If he just tries to, plant his post foot and really like anchor against the double team, he's getting driven back or flattened pretty consistently. I do think there are some limitations as a two gapping run defender, but yeah, Byron Murphy, top ranked defensive player in this class. Love the pick for Seattle. So going an A- there. Yep, that's a good call out on Mike Daniels to Byron Murphy. Yeah, dude, I don't know why they took Penix. I mean, I don't even think like. I guess we don't know exactly like what their offensive scheme is, but I did not have that on my bingo card at all. The Jaguars are trading out of pick 17 and the Vikings are trading up from 23. My guess would be Johnny Newton, defensive lineman out of Illinois for the Vikings. See Byron Murphy go off the board and wanting to ensure that they have one of the top defensive tackles, because you look at this defensive line class, Johnny Newton is the final first-round grade. After that, you're looking at Chris Jenkins out of Michigan, Michael Hall Jr. out of Ohio State, the LSU defensive linemen that are kind of boom bust prospects in different ways. So Johnny Newton would be my guess, but probably don't need a tackle. Like it could also be for Dallas Turner. Don't think they would go receiver. Vikings pick is in. I hope after everything, Johnny Newton ends up being a top 20 pick. He's such a good player on tape, but like seems like a lot of people in the NFL are not as high on him as a lot of draft media is. Vikings are selecting Dallas Turner with pick 17. Okay. Let's type that in there. So I think that Dallas Turner at 17 is really good value for a player that needs some development, but definitely has, all the upside in the world. So he ran an incredible 40-yard dash. We'll get his scouting report here. So 4.46 in the 40, 40.5-inch vertical, just under 6'3", 247 pounds, but he's got over 34-inch arms. And that, the athletic testing and combine numbers, they don't always translate to the tape, but this really does. He's got the explosive first step to get upfield quickly, and then he's got the length to get his hands on your frame, walk you back into the pocket. His long arm and speed to power is probably as good as anyone in this class besides Jared Verse, I would say. So that's really his go-to way of winning, but then he's got a lightning quick inside counter. He can explode upfield, get the tackle to overset a little bit, and then shoot into the B gap. He's just a blur crossing over into gaps. For a speed rusher, you're thinking he's going to be someone that's constantly attacking the outside and like winning with his hands. That's not really his game at this point, and it is something that he needs to develop. He doesn't have a go-to way of winning with hand moves. You'll see him kind of swipe or chop the outside hand a little bit, but overall it's kind of disjointed and not very accurate. That's going to be the main thing that he needs to develop to become, really live up to his potential, which is an all-pro pass rusher. There were some missed tackles, but I thought overall he held up pretty well in the run game. He sets a hard edge. His ability to use a long arm and walk people back into the pocket. It's a very similar movement to extending with that one arm and setting an edge in the run game. So yeah, it's a high ceiling type of player, but not someone like Trayvon Walker, for example. Like I view Dallas Turner as a better prospect than Trayvon Walker, because Trayvon Walker just hadn't shown anything as a pass rusher. Like it was a pure projection. With Dallas Turner, he just needs to improve a little bit and, refine his technique. So yeah, that's a really good pick for the Vikings. And how I felt with them, doing mock drafts, I just always liked the outcome where they pick someone at 11 and 23, then them, trading up a bunch to try to get into the top 5. Now they did trade up with these picks just to move up and down the board, but being able to have those 2 first-round picks, still get J.J. McCarthy and someone that can be the anchor of your pass rush for the future, replacement for the LSU guy who's I'm blanking on his name right now. I think that's a great 2-pick move for the Vikings. So really like what they've done. What made you a Titans fan? Just growing up in Nashville, it's what was on. So yeah, rooted for the Titans. It's funny. One of my first memories of watching the Titans was like we were coming home from church and I was in the back seat of my car. And I asked my mom, like, what are we doing today? And she goes, we're watching the Titans. And I was like, oh, not the Titans. Cause like I didn't like football back then. So it's crazy that it's my job now, but I grew to love it. Bengals are taking Amarius Mims at pick 18. Big fan of that pick. That might be It might be time to break out the A plus for Amarius Mims. We'll stay conservative a little bit. We'll go with an A. But yeah, that's an outstanding pick for the Bengals to address their right tackle need and get a player that I think would be, if I could guarantee that he was going to be healthy, he would be in contention with Joe Alt for the best offensive tackle prospect in this class. So Amarius Mims has just unheard of size for an offensive tackle. He is 6'8", 340 pounds with over 36-inch arms and like 98th percentile hand size. Now, if you look at the scouting report, I said somewhere that he has the frame to add more weight. Actually, I think, oh yeah, the last strength is already powerful, but has the frame to add even more mass. That's actually not accurate because when you watch him on tape, he does not look like a 340-pound offensive tackle. He looks like 320. He carries it so well. It's so densely packed. And I'm like, this dude almost looks kind of skinny. Like he looks trim and fit. He looks like he could even add 10 pounds of muscle. Turns out that he already has that extra 10 pounds of muscle. So, got everything that you want from a size perspective, but then he fires out of his stance. He gets depth in the pocket as like maybe a step down from a player like Olu Fashanu. I don't worry about him blocking speed rushers at all. He had really good hand usage in 2022, but I think he improved it in 2023. The problem with Amarius Mims is he's just the least experienced player in this class. 803 career snaps, 8 starts for his career. When you watch his tape, he's like constantly rotating in and out of the lineup. He gets injured, comes in for a drive in the fourth quarter. It's a very small sample size that we're evaluating. But that sample size is very impressive. Only 7 career pressures allowed. I think he had 1 pressure this past season. The only weakness that I see in Amarius Mims on tape is dealing with inside counters. But compared to a player like J.C. Latham, where I worry about it as an athletic limitation, with Amarius Mims, I think it's just a reaction time thing because you see him make those movements and, have the lateral quickness to, I think, deal with inside counters if he just had better awareness. You gave Latham the 8th highest grade on your big board, but he gets a C when the Titans draft him at 7. How come? Like a C is for me just kind of taking the expected pick, I guess. Like I don't view C's and C pluses as bad grades. I just try to be kind of a tough grader so that when there are really good picks where I think teams are maximizing value and getting what I would classify as steals, then it makes the A minuses and the A's stand out more. Because most draft grades that you watch, it's like the grade point average is a B plus. So it's really just that. Like I think that J.C. Latham it's not my ideal scenario for how it played out for the Titans, but where they were with how the board fell, like there weren't a ton of great options. I would have preferred Rome Odunze. That probably would have gotten a B minus or B, but yeah. I also think that the other thing that kind of adds some concern for me with the J.C. Latham pick is that there's a chance that you've gone 2 straight years taking a guard in the first round, where I think someone like Amarius Mims, where you don't have any athletic questions about them, could have been a better pick. And then I also think like trading down would have been my ideal scenario for the Titans. So the Rams are an interesting team because they are kind of ready to compete now, but they have a lot of needs. Um, they've got most of the they've got the most important positions I feel like taken care of. With quarterback and receiver, but could use offensive line help. They need another defensive tackle, although I said it in a video that I just posted. I'm cool with Kobe Turner as your best defensive tackle. I think he should have won Defensive Rookie of the Year last year, but they could go with Johnny Newton to try to replace Aaron Donald. For the Rams, I would like Jared Verse or Quinyon Mitchell. I think getting a number one corner and getting an impact edge rusher should be their two biggest priorities. They're kind of surviving with a less than ideal cast of outside corners. Why is Cooper DeJean not higher? I feel like he had some limitations in man coverage. I think that over the second half of the year, they started playing him a lot more in press man, and you actually saw him do some nice stuff at the line of scrimmage as far as, punching in press coverage. But his ability to turn and run down the sideline, I think, is average. He's fast in a straight line, like breaking on something underneath, but that extra motion of having to flip your hips and accelerate vertically slows him down a little bit. He's not that comfortable when his back is to the quarterback, turning around and locating the football. You'll also see him really struggle to mirror curls and comebacks. I just think there's some man coverage limitations, and he might be kind of a scheme-specific player. But yeah, my pick for the Rams is Quinyon Mitchell. That'll be my prediction. As far as players that are falling, I think Brian Thomas Jr. you could classify that as a fall at this point. There was some stuff that was reported that there were some medical concerns with him. A.D. Mitchell is apparently off some teams' boards. He's got the diabetes thing where he's like, his personality is erratic based on his blood sugar. So hopefully he can get that under control. And then a lot of the early hype for corners going in the top 10, top 15 has kind of not really played out, which is aligned with how I view it. Okay, so the Rams are taking Jared Verse with the 19th pick, and that would have been, my second option for them. So I think that's a C plus, classic C plus for the Rams. They've got Byron Young out of Tennessee, who is a solid player, but definitely more of a second or third type of edge rusher, not someone that can carry the full workload and create a disruptive pass rush all by himself. You get Jared Verse, you get Kobe Turner, Byron Young in there. That's a really solid rotation to pressure the quarterback. Jared Verse is the best power rusher in this class. You can look up the Louisville sack, the sack against Florida. I mean, he is just flattening offensive tackles, so much initial knockback when he gets his hands inside. He's low to the ground, he's explosive, he drives his legs, and he is a consistent either pocket pusher or just dominant winner as a power rusher. He is kind of lacking in bend around the corner. You can tell he's kind of tight in the lower half. A lot of times when he has to turn at a sharp angle, he's either slipping or losing balance or getting put on the ground. That shows up with his 7-3-1 three cone, which is less than ideal. Normally, you want an edge rusher to be sub 7 or at least sub 7-1, I think is probably the cutoff. He does do some really crafty stuff with his hands to defeat the outside hand. Like he's got a violent, powerful chop move. But if he isn't able to win with his hands cleanly and open up a runway around the corner, he's not someone that's going to really threaten the high side as a pass rusher that consistently. So he is a straight line power, explosive power rusher. I think the next step for him as a pass rusher is get a little bit better with his inside counter, since he's maybe not going to be someone that wins to the outside as often. Getting more effective with the inside counter and transitioning cleanly into that, I think, is a good way to at least add a dual threat element as a pass rusher. And then in the run game, I think he's a disruptive, but doesn't have the most reliable anchor. He will get moved off of his spot occasionally. Overall, he's, an average to above average run defender. He's not someone where you're thinking like he's got to be off the field on early downs or anything, but you would like him to be a little bit stronger setting the edge to really be a plus in the run game consistently. And we will be back in very shortly. I'm going to take a quick break. All right, we're back. Didn't miss anything. Let's see. Update that. And the Steelers are on the clock. I think for the Steelers, they lost Deontay Johnson. So if it turns out that they are, wanting to dive into that type of receiver again, they could go with someone like A.D. Mitchell. Could also go with Brian Thomas Jr. If the medical thing checks out for them, don't see them going Johnny Newton, but they do need a corner. Quinyon Mitchell, really any of these corners combined with Joey Porter Jr. I love that duo. My prediction is going to be Troy Fautanu, I think, to play tackle. Um, so a few questions. Why did Kool-Aid fall? He was number one corner earlier. So the reason that Terrion Arnold overtook Kool-Aid McKinstry is that he had a lot more ball production. I think that, well, let's not compare it to Terrion Arnold. I think with Kool-Aid McKinstry, he's just an average NFL athlete. He will get beat down the field a lot more than you want to see for an outside corner. There were a lot of plays on his tape where he didn't get targeted, but he was just getting outrun vertically and like didn't have that second gear to keep up. Ran an impressive 40-yard dash at his pro day, but still the tape had some concerns for me there. And then also the short area explosiveness to like really close off space on against like a quick slant. If he gets out leveraged a little bit, was kind of lacking. Got some more questions that I will answer in a second, but my prediction was actually right. Troy Fautanu for the Steelers at pick 20. And as far as a grade, I think that I'll go with a C, a C for Troy Fautanu. I think that's a solid pick. Don't love it, don't hate it. So Troy Fautanu played left tackle for Washington on the offensive line that won Best O-Line award in college football. A lot of great players on that front five. What he brings to the table is athleticism and quickness and violence with his hands. So there's an offensive line technique called the snatch trap technique, where a pass rusher will be going at you with power. He'll be using a long arm, and he's really overextending and leaning forward, and you just kind of slap down the hands, release that contact, and they fall on the ground. Troy Fautanu executes that as often and as effectively as any offensive lineman that I've ever evaluated. Like, it's just automatic. His snatch trap cut up is like 5 minutes long. He does it like 5 times a game. So he's got a ton of natural talent and foot quickness. And then you combine that with the hand usage, which gets kind of out of control at times, but overall still really effective. You've got a great starting point for an offensive tackle. He's probably going to play, I would expect, on the right side for the Steelers, and then you move Broderick Jones to his more natural position on the left. But, could definitely play either tackle spot, assuming he's comfortable with it as far as muscle memory and everything. His biggest issue, Washington tackles this year were 2 players, him and Roger Rosengarten, players that are kind of difficult evaluations because they play a very aggressive technique with their pass sets. If you watch them, it's really unlike any other offensive lineman, where they are taking these wide, aggressive sets. They're leaving the B gap like 7 yards in between the B gap. And so there's so much space to attack them with inside counters. And Troy Fautanu did lose to spins and counters to the inside very frequently. I think it led me to being a lot lower on him early in the process. And then once I kind of realized that it was more of a choice that they were, opening up that much space through the B gap, and that you could kind of reel it in if you started to take some more controlled sets, I raised my grade on Troy Fautanu a little bit later. I think he had one of the most impressive combine performances that I've ever seen. I think it stacks up, him and CJ Stroud's throwing session were probably the 2 most impressive combine drills that I've ever seen. Now, if you look at the actual testing, that's all really impressive, but just watching him move around the field, doing the positional drills, and compared to the other offensive linemen in this class, it looks like he's just playing a completely different position. Had some questions about his slide quickness because of the erratic set depth, like I said. But he really showed that he does have the range to hang on the outside. He's got long arms. My biggest concern with him at this point, there's two kind of main concerns that I still have. The first one is that he's not great at anchoring against power. He uses that snatch trap technique so often, but it's really his one way of defeating power. If he actually has to just sit down and drop his anchor, he gets walked back pretty consistently. And then he's also, I think, got some limitations in the run game. He is really good out in open space as a puller. He's got the target location. He can fire out of his stance, locate defenders at the second level, and he's got that nasty finishing mentality. But as far as just one-on-one down blocks, reach blocks, he doesn't sustain blocks very well. He's not creating a ton of displacement. I don't know that I see him as being that effective in Arthur Smith's like wide zone blocking game. He's got the athletic traits for it, but just doesn't really sustain blocks that well at this point. But yeah, I think that's the definition of a C pick. It's a couple spots higher than I had him, but every team's board would be differently stacked based on positional needs. So got no problem with the value there. I probably would have gone with one of these corners, but tackle is a much more scarce position, especially in this class with how many teams are trying to attack it in the first round. And there's a lot of really good day 2 cornerback options. So C to C plus range for that pick. So let's see. When you grade, do you downgrade tweener players that don't have a defined role? Yes. So there's a lot of. It's obviously all subjective, but there's kind of a calculated or more objective element to the grade, which is watching their tape and they're good at this stuff, they're bad at this stuff, they have these limitations, these traits that are enticing, and then it's kind of projecting their fit into an NFL role, an NFL position. So I look at a player like Brandon Dorlus out of Oregon, who I really like as a player, but I'm not sure I really see exactly how he fits cleanly into a position. Like he doesn't have the speed and explosiveness to really threaten as a true, wide 9 edge rusher, but he's not big enough to, hang in the run game on the inside, I don't think. So that has him as a 4th round grade, which is a lot lower than I would have him if I was just like ranking how impressed I was by a player's tape. So yeah, there's no clean way to do it. And that's the main source of me going back and forth on grades throughout the process, is like just kind of how do I envision it playing out in my head. If Latham's tape was mirrored and every rep he took was on the left side, would he have been the number 1 tackle, or still going with Alt? So this is an unpopular opinion, but I don't think there's a major difference in terms of like the skill set and natural talent that's required to play on the left versus the right. A lot of times, traditionally, the team's best pass rushers have lined up over the left tackle, and so you needed more athleticism to play on the left side, and then the right tackle was kind of just the solid run blocker. But that's not how it works anymore. I mean, like you need an athlete that can line up at right tackle over TJ Watt, so yeah, I don't. Every player individually has their own skill set and their ability to like have the muscle memory. Some players just might not be comfortable taking sets on the right side versus the left. But yeah, so that I don't really differentiate a whole lot between sides. If a player has shown that they can play both sides, that is a plus for them, though. All right, Dolphins pick is in, and the Dolphins are selecting Chop Robinson. Ooh. I'm going to go with a D for Chop Robinson to the Dolphins. Hate to say it, but not a fan of that pick. It's probably my least favorite pick since the aside from Michael Penix Jr. So Chop Robinson is you could go back and forth between him and Dallas Turner, but he's one of the most explosive and athletic pass rushers in this class. He had a 128-inch broad, 34.5-inch vertical is a little bit shorter than you would have expected based off of his tape, but he's got the 153 10-yard split, 448 in the 40-yard dash is incredible. His first step is just overwhelming. Like at the college level, the majority of his wins are just exploding off the line of scrimmage, beating an offensive tackle to his landmark. And like the guys he's going up against, they can't get depth and time to beat Chop Robinson, and he's got a clear path to the quarterback. But he doesn't really have much outside of that as a pass rusher. There's not a whole lot of advanced hand usage to speak of. He barely even has any pass rushing moves. Sometimes when he's running around the outside, he'll kind of lift up his inside hand to swat away the punch, but it's a stretch to even call that a rip move or anything. He's just winning with pure speed and outrunning slow-footed Big Ten offensive tackles. When he goes up against NFL competition, he's going to have something more than that in his bag. And you saw that even in their 2022 matchup against Ohio State. When he was going up against Paris Johnson Jr. and DeJuan Jones, they shut him out. He didn't have a single pressure, a single pass rushing win against those two players. If you've got a tackle that can just get enough depth to block his speed rush around the edge, he doesn't have a counter move skill set, an ability to win with speed to power. There are some times that he'll use an inside counter, but it's something that he's setting up and like predetermining. He doesn't have the ability to transition to that if his first move is the speed rush. So with Chop, you're banking on him learning how to rush the passer and like develop his hand usage, because he doesn't have a lot of production. Barely any career sacks and like even tackles. He is surprisingly good in the run game, but at 254 pounds with shorter arms, he does project as more of a designated pass rusher. So yeah, I think that at 21, that's way too rich for Chop Robinson. They do have the need, but got to go with a D for that pick. I appreciate that, Barry. Thank you. Did you keep your grade as an F for JJ at 10 to the Vikings? My grade for JJ McCarthy was a C+. And then let's see if I can do this. Show the top 10. So you got an F for Michael Penix. And then the next lowest would be Chop Robinson at a D. Eagles on the clock at 22. They could be a receiver team. I don't know that I see that. I don't see them going defensive line. This has got to be Quinyon Mitchell. This would be my prediction, and also, like I said in the video I just did, I said Eagles getting Quinyon Mitchell is one of the best scheme fits, player team pairings in this first round that I like. I think that's the dream outcome. So. So why is it OC when C works just fine and OC already means offensive coordinator? So I was having this issue where when I'm typing C in, it like auto suggests cornerback. And so I forget why, but I changed it to OC because I was like just inputting a bunch of players and it kept messing me up. And then I have for all these graphics, like I have them written with code, and it's just everything references OC in all the language that I have. So I just kept it that way. But yeah, it does kind of it looks weird since I don't have it as OG. Doesn't really line up. Yeah, exactly. If Chop was more if he played closer to how his name sounds, he'd be a lot better. If Chop Robinson has a full set of pass rushing moves, then yeah, he's a top 15 player. So like I get being drawn into the high end possibility. It's just he's so far away from uh I don't want to say he's far away from it. It's just we haven't seen that on his tape at all. And his hand usage from last year to this year, I don't think there was any notable improvement. And then he doesn't have it's not like he has long arms, you know. It's easier to project someone like Dallas Turner to get better with their hands because he can actually keep blockers out of his frame, you know, naturally. Day three linebacker prospects. So yeah, I like Jordan McGee. He's one of the best cover linebackers in this class. Uh, you could go Trevin Wallace. He's a pure project. Like pairing him with Kenneth Murray, I don't really like just because the play diagnosis is so off. But he's got all the athletic traits in the world. I think if you're taking linebacker at 106, like top of day three, Cedric Gray is a really good choice. A little bit undersized, but really good coverage instincts, kind of just a do it all player. If he was just bigger, I would have a day two grade on him, but he will get knocked down some in the run game. I also like Ulofoshio out of Washington, really explosive, got good length, and you know, he can stack and shed. He's got some coverage skills. Eagles are taking Toledo cornerback Quinyon Mitchell at pick 22. I love that pick, man. When I watched his tape, I was like, I need to see Quinyon Mitchell in a Vic Fangio defense. I'm going to go A for that pick. The Eagles, man, Howie Roseman does it again. We say it every year. So Toledo cornerback Quinyon Mitchell has had probably the best 2 year stretch. Like, I don't even think it's debatable. If we're not adjusting for competition, he's had the best 2 year stretch of any cornerback in college football. Now, he was playing against a lot of less than ideal MAC competition from an evaluation standpoint. There weren't a lot of dynamic or fast or explosive receivers that he was having to cover. But he shows up to the Senior Bowl and is the best defensive player in attendance. He had one of the best one-on-one reps in the Senior Bowl that I can remember against Roman Wilson, where Roman Wilson ran a stop-and-go route. I was like 15 feet away from it on the sideline, and Quinyon Mitchell just has his eyes locked on Roman Wilson's hips. He's reading the route. He's able to throttle down and then regain acceleration to just mirror that stop-and-go perfectly. Now at Toledo, a lot of his tape was just playing off coverage and then breaking on underneath routes, hitches, curls, stuff like that. Only 8.7% of his snaps over the last 2 years were in press, which is, I don't even have to check. It's the lowest in this class. He is exclusively just got eyes on the quarterback. He's breaking on routes within 10 yards and racking up a ton of pass breakups, but that's not as translatable, you know, to the NFL. You want to, even teams that play off coverage a lot, they're going to be up on the line of scrimmage, probably 20 to 30% of their snaps. So you wanted to see him being comfortable with his hands in press coverage. And at the Senior Bowl, he answered a lot of those questions. There still are some technical things that he needs to work out. He's pretty undisciplined with his hips. He will, open up to the sideline a lot earlier than he needs to. Um, you see that even on his college tape. Like if you're running a deep post against him, you can kind of widen out, get him to flip to the sideline, and then he, gave up some openings over the deep middle. Um, I think the other, negative for Quinyon Mitchell is that he slips and falls a lot more often than you want to see for a corner. Sometimes the balance was kind of questionable, but he's got the recovery speed. He's got the explosive start stop. He's got the ball skills. I mean, you can't argue with the ball production. 27 pass breakups in the last 2 years. Just an incredible sense and timing at the catch point to be disruptive. And then he's a really good run defender that only missed 3 tackles last season. So, yeah, there's a ton to like with Quinyon Mitchell. Doesn't have the experience or technical refinement as a press corner that you want to see, but in Vic Fangio's defense, he can play off, and it wouldn't surprise me if he had an incredibly productive rookie year. Like he has the skill set, and he's in this type of situation where he could be defensive rookie of the year, just get his hands on a lot of footballs. Yeah, it's a little bit of a drop for Quinyon. He was, let's see, 12th. Yeah, 12th on the consensus board. A lot of people had him as their top defensive player in this class. It was basically either Dallas Turner, Quinyon, or Byron Murphy were most people's like number one defensive player. I think him falling has a lot more to do with teams wanting to get their tackle, and then like the fact that there were 6 quarterbacks that went in the first half of the first round, like that's gonna move everybody down a slot. So Jaguars at 23. I feel like I've said it for the last like 10 picks, but Brian Thomas Jr. Could be a good option here. They also need a corner. Could go Nate Wiggins or Terrion Arnold. But my guess would be Brian Thomas Jr. If the Jags pass on Brian Thomas Jr., I think that officially declares that there is a medical issue with him. So Brian Callahan says that J.C. Latham is going to play left tackle. I was watching his film breakdown with Brandon Thorne on his Substack, which was outstanding. And Brandon Thorne asked him if there was any consideration of him moving to the left side this year, and he said that they just had, like, he was willing and able to do it, but they already had Caden Proctor, who is going to play left tackle, so he just decided to stay on the right. He sounded like he is comfortable on either side. Jags pick is in. I mean, it's got to be Brian Thomas. Yes, Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver out of LSU to the Jags. Feels weird to be super high on a Trent Baalke selection, but I mean, I got to go A for that. On the clock is the Dallas Cowboys. All right, so getting into Brian Thomas Jr., he is probably, when you think about most explosive receivers in this class, like it's one of the LSU receivers. The difference with Brian Thomas Jr. is that he's 6'3". He's got long arms. So I had him on the scouting report. I had him at 6'4", but that was what he was listed at on LSU's website. But elite size, and he runs a 4.33 in the 40-yard dash, 38.5-inch vertical. Xavier Worthy got so much attention for running the 4.21 at like 90 pounds or whatever, but I honestly thought the most impressive 40-yard dash was what Brian Thomas Jr. did. 4.33 at 209 pounds is incredible, and it absolutely shows up on his tape. He's really the built-in-a-lab vertical threat because he's able to beat press off the line of scrimmage. He has such fluid footwork against press coverage. He's got this combination of like gliding and being smooth, but then also being able to be sudden and change directions and win leverage in the blink of an eye. He's got the speed to win over the top. And then I think he has the potential to be an elite contested catch threat. You see examples of him high pointing the ball, boxing defenders out, winning at the catch point. I felt like similar to A.D. Mitchell, who's also in this class, his physicality at the catch point was a little bit inconsistent. I think for a player of his size, you expect him to win those maybe at a higher rate, but there's a lot to work with there. The main limitation with Brian Thomas Jr. is just running a complete diverse route tree. He is kind of a linear athlete. Anytime you see a player at any position where they do like the entire combine and then there's one or two drills that they don't do, you should always pay attention to those because they're kind of telling you like where their limitations are. Brian Thomas Jr. didn't do either of the change of directions drills. I think that makes sense because you watch him try to run like in-breaking routes on tape or sink and stop on a comeback. He's not the most fluid change of direction athlete when he's got speed built up. So I don't know that I ever see him being a fully complete like Justin Jefferson, going to run a deep corner and then a blaze out and then a slant. Like I think he's kind of going to run the DK Metcalf type of route tree, but as long as you have him run the routes that he's good at, slot fades, goes, just get him down the field, I think he's going to be really productive. Didn't love his effort as a run blocker, and I thought that his yak ability as far as shiftiness to make people miss was kind of disappointing. But yeah, he's got like pretty much everything you look for a deep threat. He's got A pluses across the board there. How did I feel about the JC Latham pick? I thought it was fine. Like they were in a tough situation with Alt and Neighbors off the board, who I think would have been the two ideal outcomes. And, JC Latham and Rome Odunze were my next two players. So if they would have taken either of those, I'm fine with it. I think that the main thing I worry about is inside counters and being able to slide back and forth with some of the faster pass rushers in the NFL. So I think there is a scenario where he moves to guard long term in kind of a Tyler Smith way, which ideally you don't want to spend back-to-back first-round picks on at guard. But he's got a ton of natural talent. He's an ascending player. He's young. He's got he didn't test, but like outside of the elite slide quickness, he's got, good athletic traits and just elite power. One of the best anchors for any offensive lineman that I've ever scouted. Yeah, I expect Latham to move to left tackle. Faster Alan Lazard for Brian Thomas Jr. I guess. I mean, I kind of view Alan Lazard as like one of the just across the board worst receivers in the NFL. So I would say faster and like better at faster, better at, even though Brian Thomas Jr. has some route running limitations, I would even say better route runner. All right, my pick for the Cowboys here. AD Mitchell, I want to say, but that doesn't seem as likely just with everything that's come out. I mean, I love AD Mitchell as a player. They could go corner. Stephon Gilmore is getting up there in age. They could also go with Tyler Guyton. I think my guess is going to be Tyler Guyton. Yep, I think the Cowboys go Tyler Guyton would be my pick. If we look at top remaining tackles, I like Roger Rosengarten and Patrick Paul a decent amount, but I do think there's a real drop off after Tyler Guyton, so it would be smart for them to secure that. Receiver and corner are needs, but not as pressing. Could take Graham Barton, but it's a really good center class as well. I think there's a lot of options in the mid rounds that are intriguing and could be starters. And I don't think there's that many teams that are going to be like really fighting for centers with you. So gotta be Guyton. Yeah, Guyton, like he's got a ways to go as a player. We'll get into him in depth when the pick comes in, but I don't think this is a plug and play day one quality starter player. Like even like Tyler Smith was. I felt like Tyler Smith was a lot less of a project than a lot of people. Okay, so the Lions are trading up to 24 with the Cowboys. So who could this be for? Could be for a receiver. Like AD Mitchell would pair perfectly in that offense. Could be for Johnny Newton. Could be for Darius Robinson. Probably not for one of the corners, although I do think that's a need. They signed or traded for Carlton Davis, so that addresses that in the short term. Interesting that the Cowboys were willing to move off of that. The Lions are taking Terrion Arnold, 24th overall. I think that's going to be probably a C plus for me. Yeah, we'll stick with a C plus, and the Packers are on the clock. All right, so getting into Terrion Arnold as a player, he was the cornerback opposite of Kool-Aid McKinstry. High profile recruit like every Alabama player is, but didn't have anywhere near the attention heading into this year as Kool-Aid McKinstry, who is projected to be a top 10 player. Arnold ends up overtaking him and getting drafted earlier with some really high-level ball production this year, 12 pass breakups, 5 interceptions. He has the balance of aggression and change of direction skills, I think, to thrive in man coverage. You see the 6'6'9" three cone. He's got the length. He's really disruptive at the line of scrimmage. He can stick with route breaks. He had some really high level reps against Lad McConkey in the SEC championship game of, being disruptive at the line of scrimmage and then just mirroring like in breaking routes perfectly. And then he's an outstanding run defender. He was one of the best run defenders in college football last year. He can shed blocks. He's a reliable tackler. His biggest issue is speed. He ran a 4.5 flat in the 40, which isn't, it's not like a deal breaker for an outside corner, but there are times on tape that you'll see him get stacked vertically. I think especially when he was playing off coverage and he had to turn and accelerate, that's really where you saw him lose a few steps down the field. So I think he fits best in the slot just because what he can add as a run defender, he's, a fluid man coverage corner, but just doesn't quite have that deep speed. I think he fits really well as a slot corner, but definitely someone with some outside versatility. They've got Brian Branch in the nickel, obviously. So I think he's almost definitely going to be playing on the outside for them. I really like the player, my 21st ranked player overall. I just think that there is a possibility that he kind of struggles with deep speed on the outside and ends up having to move to the slot, and then maybe Brian Branch moves to safety, but there could be like a log jam there in the secondary. The other thing though, and I rarely will let like off of the field personality stuff impact my grades, because pretty much everything you're hearing, like just the basic coach speak, yeah, he's a great locker room guy, all that kind of stuff, that's not going to faze me at all. Pretty much everything that you hear about Terrion Arnold, whether it's from people that are plugged in the league or just listening to him talk, it's like, seems like the dude that you want in your locker room. You can get in front of a camera and kind of like fake some of that, I guess, but it's not hard for me to see the Lions interviewing Terrion Arnold and being a big fan of him. Chris Sims said greasy hips. Yeah, dude, greasy hips, that's such a descriptive, like perfectly descriptive term that I've always wanted to use. I just feel a little bit silly saying that. Like with football scouting, I mean, you can't avoid the innuendo and like awkward sounding phrases and stuff, but greasy hips is a step too far for me. Packers at 25. What are we thinking for the Packers? This could be I think my pick for the Packers would be Graham Barton, probably. That's where I see them going. Their goal every year is just to draft the most versatile offensive lineman possible. And it's like with Madden, how you can just move someone to any position and there's no drop off in their overall, like they're trying to create that reality for themselves. Could also be a Cooper DeJean team. They like the exciting whites. Any chance the Titans come back in the first round? I don't see it. I think if they had gone receiver at 7 and then they were needing a tackle, then they might kind of be forced to do that. But they're going to have a receiver available at 38. Okay, so the Packers are taking tackle guard Jordan Morgan at 25. That's interesting. So based on who was on the board, let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna give that pick a C minus. Again, C minus is not like a pick that I hate. It's just I think it's kind of the go-to grade for if you had better options available. Um, so Jordan Morgan played left tackle for Arizona. I have him as a guard on my board. The tweet from Ari Mirov announced him as a tackle slash guard. So we'll see what he ends up playing for the Packers. I would expect he's going to be a left tackle. I think you definitely want to try him there first, although I would say that for pretty much every player that you're talking about switching positions. If they've, shown quality tape at tackle, you should at least give them that opportunity to fail in the NFL because it's such a more difficult position to find. Knowing the Packers, though, he's going to play a bunch of different spots probably. So he had an elite 10-yard split, 169. You really see that with his ability to fire out of his stance, get downfield as a zone blocker or as a puller. But he does have pretty short arms. Even for a guard, he's in the 40th percentile for arm length. For a tackle, he's, like there are some teams that wouldn't even draft Jordan Morgan as a tackle if they have a super hard cutoff at, usually the cutoff is 34 inches. Some teams might be 33 and a half. I think that if you watch Jordan Morgan's UCLA tape, that's definitely his magnum opus from this past year. He showed some great stuff in the run game, but more importantly, in his one-on-one matchups with Laiatu Latu and all of the UCLA pass rushers, he showed some really advanced hand usage and the ability to bait out that cross chop move. Like he'll flash his hands, get the pass rusher into the move, and then pull it back, kind of pull the rug out from under them, and then he'll land his hands. You saw some really advanced hand technique from Jordan Morgan, and that I think showed up in the rest of his tape. It just wasn't as pronounced as it was in the UCLA game. There are times that he will be late or wide with his punch and he'll let pass rushers get into his frame. I thought he struggled, not necessarily with the quickness to mirror inside counters, but when you engage with him, you can kind of lift up that inside shoulder. That's what I mean when I say you have a soft inside hand. Like when you get into a speed to power, are you able to fold in that B gap and create an opening to the pocket? And then I think like there are also times just out in space, like he's got the straight line speed, but really difficult full speed targets at the second level. He'll get outrun by them. Sometimes he has to kind of open his hips against speed rushes. But yeah, he's a really solid player. I think that there were some kind of concerning games from him. The Washington State game was concerning, and then his matchup with Braylon Trice, he lost to power several times in that matchup. So, decent pick. Definitely would have gone with Graham Barton if you're looking for more of a swing interior player, or even Tyler Guyton for that matter. The Lions love taking Alabama defensive backs with minor speed concerns. And it worked out for them with Brian Branch, so I don't blame them for going back to that well. Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock, and we've had the edge rushers have flown off the board. They could go with Darius Robinson. Let's look at our top remaining edge rushers. Darius Robinson, Marshawn Neiland, like with how teams have valued edge rushers in this class, Marshawn Nealon could end up being a surprise first round pick for sure. Um, the Bucks have a lot of needs. They need help on the interior. I wouldn't mind Christian Haynes, although I'm definitely a lot higher on him than I think the NFL probably is. Uh, they could be another Graham Barton team. They could go with a cornerback, Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid McKinstry. I don't know. That's a tough team to project. I think if I had to pick, I'd probably say Nate Wiggins would be my guess. What's your thoughts on the UT wide receivers falling? So, AD Mitchell isn't surprising to me. Like I knew heading into tonight that AD Mitchell was going to be the at the top of my top remaining players list for probably a while. Um, Basically, everything that's come out is that there's a lot of teams that have him off their board for like personality issues. Yeah, it seems like the NFL, a lot of NFL teams have concerns with him that aren't based on the tape. So I was kind of expecting that. I think that I guess it would be a fall for Xavier Worthy at this point. Saw him going in the teens in some of the later mock drafts, but I think he might come off the board in a few picks. The problem with Xavier Worthy is just specifically to the Bills. Like the Bills have so many slot receiver types that they like. Can you take Xavier Worthy and like you can only fit so many people in the slot. They need someone that can play X. So they might be forced into an AD Mitchell type. So yeah, Nate Wiggins is my pick guess for the Bucks. Don't feel great about it though. I feel like there's a lot of different places they could go. Yeah, Graham Barton. Because then you would move Cody Mock played guard for them, right? Or was he at center last year? Yeah, Bucks are taking Duke offensive lineman Graham Barton. So I will give that a B, or actually B minus. So the Bucks take Duke left tackle Graham Barton, who most people think is going to be a center at the next level. I think he's got center or guard versatility. Don't really see him projecting as a tackle. Just doesn't really have the length for it, but definitely has versatility along the interior. And he's one of the best athletes in this class. I do this athletic score. He had one of the highest athletic scores of anyone. 168 in the 10-yard split, 495 in the 40-yard dash, elite three-cone time. He has the movement skills to mirror pass rushers and fit into any running scheme, whether it's outside zone, whether it's getting out in space as a puller. And then for the most part, he's really patient and accurate with his hands. His problem as far as hand usage is that sometimes he'll be late to establish contact. And when you have short arms, that really decreases your margin for error with strike timing. So you'll see speed to power rushers are able to get into his frame, and then he doesn't have that elite anchor to resist and hold up in the pocket. Jared Verse got him a couple times. I think that a lack of power combined with just inconsistent strike timing is the main reason that he needs to move inside. But it's also like you don't feel great about moving players that struggle with power inside where they're going to have to face more powerful pass rushers. I like his awareness. He's able to pick up stunts and blitzes. Uh, Once he gets his hands inside, he has really good grip strength and he can control and mirror guys. It's really just about timing up that initial hand placement. So yeah, this is a solid pick. I think they have some moving parts on the inside. Obviously, they're not giving up on Cody Mock, but they need help at left guard. Robert Hainsey could potentially be replaced at center. Um, I'm good with the Graham Barton pick. I do think he's a player that like after his elite pro day, I feel like people got really high on Graham Barton, and his tape just wasn't consistent enough to back up some of that hype. But still a really good player. All right, 27th pick. The Arizona Cardinals select Darius Robinson, edge rusher, defensive end out of Missouri. Um, I'm going to give that a C plus. I think it's a fair grade. And we've got the Buffalo Bills up on the clock. So Darius Robinson was a late riser in the process, had a really impressive Senior Bowl, but when you watch his tape, I don't think he was a late riser on teams boards. I think that his tape justifies being a top 32 player in this class. So the first thing that stands out is just the dream frame for a defensive end. He is going to be on the all getting off the bus team, 6'5", 285 pounds, over 34-inch arms, just under 11-inch hands. For most of his career, he was a defensive tackle at Missouri. He wasn't that productive. If he came out last year, I think I heard he was going to be like a fifth or sixth round pick. But he moves to the edge this past season, ends up leading the SEC in sacks, and really puts it together as a pass rusher. You see with his combine testing, a lot of red when it comes to the movement skill drills compared to other edge rushers. So he's not a player that is going to really threaten the outside shoulder for offensive tackles. Like, he's not a wide nine. He's not someone you want standing up. He's going to be more of a 5 technique with his hand in the ground. And the way that he wins as a pass rusher is with power and hand technique. So for a 6'5" player, he does such a good job of playing with low pad level and winning leverage as a bull rusher. He can get underneath offensive tackles' pads. He's got the length to separate himself from those blocks, and then he drives his legs and creates displacement in the pocket. But for a player that is new to playing on the edge, and a lot of people kind of like classified as an athletic project, he's actually really technically sound with his hand usage. He's got an incredibly effective swim move, arm over. He's like grabbing onto that outside shoulder and then just ripping them forward, pulling through to the quarterback. But then, especially later in the season, he really started to diversify his pass rushing moveset. I think the Ohio State game is a great game to check out to show just like the different moves that he's able to win with, whether it's a double swipe, a cross chop. He'll use a forklift where he can kind of uplift the blocker's wrists and prevent them from establishing contact. I'm actually really high on his upside as a face-up pass rusher, especially if he's not someone that's like just trying to outrun tackles around the corner. That's not his game. And then in the run game, he holds up. Like, I feel really confident about him holding up in the run game. He can stack and shed. He's a secure tackler. He had a high missed tackle rate, but a lot of that's like open space tackles where he's having to play out on the edge a lot more than he will in the NFL. You don't want him trying to like outrun players out in the alley. That's not really his game. He needs to be on the line of scrimmage, engaging with blocks, just having a shorter area that he's responsible for. But yeah, for the Cardinals, I think that's a really good pick. He was definitely my top ranked edge rusher available, and that was a position that really drops off in this class. I think you've got Marshawn Nealand and Chris Braswell. Uh, After that, it's either lower upside, just guys that were productive in college but don't have the traits, or like pure projects like Jalix Hunt or Javon Solomon kind of. So if you just want to get a secure day one starter, Darius Robinson is that guy. He had the best rep against Guyton at the Senior Bowl. Yeah, so Darius Robinson had this 3-play sequence at the Senior Bowl where he lines up over the center, beats him with a club swim. Next rotation, he lines up over the guard, beats him with a club swim, and then he lines up over Tyler Guyton at tackle, beats him with the exact same move. He's almost just like, here's my positional versatility on full display for you. What's the likelihood of a team trading back into the first round for a player that's fallen? Let's see. Could definitely see it happening. I think that Washington is a team we've heard about wanting to trade up for an offensive tackle. I think with Tyler Guyton sitting there, I'd be making calls to Buffalo right now to trade up and jump Dallas. So if I had to guess Washington would be my pick. I'm excited to catch up on the discourse about the Michael Penix pick after this stream. I've been completely isolated. So Bills, I guess AD Mitchell. Again, I'm saying it like every pick, but AD Mitchell is a really good fit depending on how comfortable they are with him. You could go corner. Like I've said, I think Xavier Worthy is a little bit redundant with what they already have at receiver. Just as it's a different skill set, but he's someone that I'm not 100% certain or even confident really at all that he can play on the outside. They're good at offensive tackle. Cooper DeJean could be a interesting fit there. The Bills are trading number 28 to the Chiefs. Hey, if the Chiefs get AD Mitchell, the fall was worth it. But I think the Chiefs are probably going to take Tyler Guyton, would be my guess. Another Oklahoma tackle to replace Wanya Morris, maybe. Tyler Guyton or AD Mitchell is my pick for the Chiefs. Chiefs on the clock. Xavier, yeah, the Chiefs could go Johnny Newton also. That's a good point. The Chiefs are taking Xavier Worthy. Wow. They trade up. They get Xavier Worthy. So when I'm grading them, I'm not going to factor in like passing on AD Mitchell because they clearly, had, I think probably had some other reasons for doing that. I'll go C+. Like I like that pick, but it is risky. C+ for the Chiefs. All right, let's break down Xavier Worthy's game. So if you haven't already heard it, Xavier Worthy set the combine record with a 4.21 40-yard dash, 144 10-yard split, 41 in the vertical. He did do that at 5'11", 165 pounds, so that needs to be noted. But elite speed and explosiveness. His speed allows him to win over the top, obviously, but what it really does is it just creates immediate fear for any defensive back that's covering him. When he lines up in front of a defensive back, he's backing off. He's giving him like 10 yards of cushion underneath. When it gets to the NFL, I think the value that he's going to add is you put Xavier Worthy in the game, all of a sudden the defense isn't too high. You open up the run game. Like, I think he has the ability, his speed creates opportunities for himself to beat underneath coverage, but also for the other players on his team as far as drawing away safety rotations, creating lighter boxes in the run game. When he ran a 4.21, I had a feeling that he was going to be cast as like a John Ross type of receiver, a player that's just a track star that can outrun players, but doesn't really have the receiver skill set that you need to win in the NFL. But Xavier Worthy actually has that. Like, even if he was just a 4.4 guy, I would really feel about the same as I do right now about Xavier Worthy, because I think what's most impressive about his tape is that at his speed, he's able to sink his hips, cut off comebacks and stops. He can create horizontal separation on deep outs and digs. And he does have a little bit of a freestyle approach at times. Like, he could tighten up his footwork and become a little bit more efficient as a route runner, but he's so light on his feet and he has the natural ability to just suddenly get in and out of breaks and create a ton of separation. That's why I see Zay Flowers as more of the accurate comp play style wise for Xavier Worthy, because yes, they can both outrun you on a slot fade or a go, but where you're really going to consistently see that speed is when they're at full speed 15 yards downfield, and then in the blink of an eye, they cut off a comeback route, send the cornerback trailing for 10 more yards. His size does give him some real limitations, though. You always worry about smaller receivers staying healthy, sustaining hits, all of that, but it pretty much inhibits him from winning in contested catch situations. He was, I think, 15 for 43 for his career on contested catches. There's a lot of times where the corner just sticking a hand up is enough to completely shield him from the ball. He doesn't have the length to really reach up and high point it, and he doesn't have the play strength to fight through contact and carve out his own catch space. He had a few drops, especially early in his career, and kind of got branded as a drops guy. That wasn't as much of an issue this past season. And even in the game, like, I think the Washington Bowl game in 2022, he had a few really bad drops, but he was playing with a broken hand. So it's kind of explainable, especially once he corrects it this past season. So I don't really view that as a major concern or weakness for him. And then after the catch, he's got the start-stop fluidity, the kind of joystick movement skills, and then surprisingly good contact balance and physicality after the catch. He's not going to be an A.J. Brown, Malachi Corley type that you just get him the ball in open space and he's going to truck three defenders, but he can, bounce off of defenders in the alley and plays with some pretty good physicality after the catch. So I really like Xavier Worthy. And honestly, I think that now that I look at it, I think B- is probably a more appropriate grade. And then the Cowboys are able to trade down a couple spots and still get Tyler Guyton at pick 29. Get their, assuming their left tackle of the future. Tyler Guyton at 29, I think, is probably a C. So Tyler Guyton is a probably the definition of a project offensive tackle. I would not expect to get really high caliber tackle play from Tyler Guyton year one, but he has so much upside, so much potential. Uh, just under 6'8". Again, it's a little bit taller than I like for offensive tackles, but 322 pounds. He's got long arms, really densely packed frame. He's the kind of player that just has an athletic build. Like he looks like he's a lot lighter than he actually is. Um, and then he tested pretty well, had a elite vertical jump. Everything else was just kind of above average. I feel like on tape he is a little bit better athlete than he tested. He's just got that fluidity, the light footwork to move around the pocket. I heard someone say that he could win half of his reps with his hands tied behind his back. I think that's absolutely accurate. What he can do as far as mirroring pass rushers and then recovering when he loses leverage is really special. There's kind of two strategies or two elements of hand usage that I look for with offensive tackles. Number one, it's can you play patient? And then number two, can you play aggressive? Tyler Guyton is really good at playing with patient hands. He can prevent himself from overextending. He can flash his hands to bait out certain pass rushing moves. He does a good job of keeping himself out of compromising situations and not letting his hands get him in trouble and like overextend, be vulnerable to push pulls or club swims and stuff like that. But when it is time to strike aggressively and get a firm, two-hand punch to counteract a bull rush or to just clinch up a pass rush, that's where you see some weaknesses with Tyler Guyton. He has a tendency to be late and wide with his initial strike. So that's the main area that I think he really needs to develop technically. But then the other thing that's kind of holding back how good his tape can be is just the awareness and assignment security and like understanding of different pressures and stunts. It wasn't even like he was losing to these complex exotic blitzes. There would be just times that he went into autopilot, it seems like, and just let his assignment run untouched through the B gap for whatever reason. A lot of simple stuff like that. It's like every time he lost, it was almost never him getting beat. It was him just allowing pressure into the backfield. So he's new to the position. He's a converted tight end, transferred from TCU, doesn't have a lot of starting experience or anything. So it's a player where it's understandable why he is kind of raw technically and with his assignments, but that's something that he's got to step up. And, the Cowboys have a good track record of taking these types of offensive linemen and developing them. The run game I thought was very disappointing with Tyler Guyton. He's got power and movement skills. Like he has the athletic traits to be a good run blocker. But again, you see some hand usage issues with not really fitting into his blocks that decisively or with much violence. And a couple nice finishes on his tape, but I didn't think that he was a consistent finisher in the run game by any means. Yeah, like Mahomes scrambling, chucking it deep to Worthy, that's going to be a big part of the value that he adds, but he's also going to be, I think, a consistent separator in structure because he's a really good route runner. I the thing with the Chiefs is that like no matter who they pick at wide receiver, I'm gonna like it because we do it probably irresponsibly, but it's a lot easier to just project the best possible outcome when they go to, the Chiefs and Mahomes. Um, Hey, appreciate it, Robbie. Yeah, spent a while getting it all set up. I like how it turned out. ESPN reporting that Kirk Cousins is already pissed about the Penix pick. I would be. Makes no sense. We got Baltimore on the clock. So Baltimore, I think they really need an offensive tackle. This could be where Patrick Paul would be my guess. Ooh, the Ravens take Nate Wiggins. I like it. I like Nate Wiggins. So the Ravens take Clemson cornerback Nate Wiggins at 30. How do we want to grade this? So he was my third best available player. It is somewhat of a need for them. I think that's going to be a solid B to get Nate Wiggins at 30. And the 49ers on the clock. So Nate Wiggins, if you go to the video, the scouting report that I did on Nate Wiggins, I think in that video I talk about him being my top ranked corner in this class, which he was when I first got into their tape. Like purely based on the tape grade, Nate Wiggins is my favorite corner in this class. He's 6'1", 173 pounds. He ran a 4.28 in the 40-yard dash, had solid jumps, 1.5 10-yard split. I think that in college he was listed in the low 180s. So I think in reality he's probably like 182 and runs a 4.38, because there are some times that he would get beat vertically. I think it had more to do with like late recovery or late reaction than his actual recovery speed. But I think the speed and weight disparity is a little bit less extreme as far as his actual playing speed and playing weight. This is the mirror man coverage guy in this class. A lot of similarities to how I felt about Christian Gonzalez last year, where it's like you watch him in press, you watch him in off, you watch him play aggressive at the line of scrimmage, you watch him be patient with his hands. He does it all at a high level. He doesn't allow separation. He's got all the techniques in his bag. He's got the foot quickness. He's got the hip fluidity. He is like, I'm the type of guy that just falls for the sticky man coverage corners. Nate Wiggins is that guy. When you get to the catch point, there was one time in the Miami game where he got high pointed for like a goal line fade and gave up a touchdown. Outside of that, I thought he was excellent at the catch point, had the hand-eye coordination to rake the ball out, reach into passing windows without drawing a penalty. He just had one penalty in his final season. It's really just the perfect combination of athletic fluidity and being a technically sound player. And I think the comparisons are going to be drawn between Nate Wiggins and Emmanuel Forbes, who is a really light corner out of Mississippi State that the Commanders took last year in the first round. I think the clear difference is that Emmanuel Forbes had really tight hips. Like he couldn't mirror receivers in man coverage. His problem is that he got a bunch of interceptions. I mean, half of them he was actually beat on that play. He just didn't have the man coverage fluidity that someone like Nate Wiggins has. So they have a lot of the same negatives or weaknesses, concerns for players that are sub 180. But I think there's a clear difference in man coverage ability. And that comes back to what my biggest issue with Nate Wiggins is, and that's holding up in the run game. He is a very competitive run defender. They're showing it on TV right now. He's got a couple chase down forced fumbles that save touchdowns. He fights to get off of blocks. He's a somewhat reliable tackler. It's just at his size, there's a limit to how he can hold up in the run game and engage with blocks. If he gets matched up with an offensive lineman that's pulling or a bigger tight end, like he's just going to get widened out to the sideline. There's some real limitations to, how reliable he can be setting an edge and fitting the run. So that's a weakness. And then you worry about some injury stuff. I think it was a leg injury after his 40-yard dash. So those are my two concerns with him. But in coverage, I really like everything about Nate Wiggins. COVID extra eligibility giving us some old ass prospects. There's a receiver that's like 20. He's going to turn 27 as a rookie. I think Devon Vale. So the 49ers are on the clock. So Brandon Ayuk seems to be on the trade block. So this could be a spot for a receiver. I won't say who because it's kind of jinxing it at this point, I think. Don't think they would go Johnny Newton. Could see them going corner. I could see Patrick Paul here. I think Patrick Paul would be my guess for the 49ers. That's what lost them the Super Bowl is their offensive line. Yeah, Patrick Paul or Rosengarten. How did the Titans get a C+? So like C+ is not really a bad grade for me. It's an above average pick. But I don't know. I'm gonna think about the grades tonight. Like I'll have grades for every draft class up on the channel, and I'll definitely revisit some of these grades. I could see going with a B- for J.C. Latham. There's not a ton of difference in how I view those grades, honestly. It's kind of like, I think I initially gave him a C, and it's like I'm punishing him too much for being dealt a less than ideal hand of cards. I don't think Latham's lasting to pick 16. I think the NFL was really high on Latham. And it's like you could say they should have traded back and taken Olu at 11, but they might not have had trade offers that were worth it. '49ers pick is in. My final pick is Patrick Paul. There has been some buzz with Roger Rosengarten. Whoa, the 49ers are taking Slick Ricky Pearsall, 31st overall. Man, when I first watched Ricky Pearsall's tape, there was like no way you could have told me he would be going early enough to where I would not like the pick, but I don't think I like that pick, man. Like I'm a big Ricky Pearsall fan, but 31 is too rich. They are so when we look at the rest of the receivers, I'm going to go a D+ because I understand that they're probably going to trade Brandon Ayuk. That's what it seems like. Let's say you don't have a draftable grade on AD Mitchell, and I could see being worried about Ladd McConkey staying healthy. But I don't really think that Ricky Pearsall had first-round tape necessarily, and definitely didn't have first-round production. So got to go D+ there. But with all that being said, there still is a ton to like about Ricky Pearsall. He's a really fun player. Uh, so let's get into it. So Ricky Pearsall, 6 foot, almost 6'1", 193 pounds, kind of average measurements from a size perspective, but elite athletic testing. 10-yard split, 3-cone short shuttle, and vertical jump are all 90th percentile or above. And he ran a 4.41 flat, which is in the 80s somewhere. And you see that with his ability to win vertically. You see that with his suddenness in and out of breaks. He is a quick and fluid mover, but he's also a precise route runner. He doesn't telegraphs his breaks unless he wants to and try to manipulate your hips and get you turned around in one direction. Also a very smart route runner against zone coverage, does a good job of mid-pointing underneath defenders. Really everything as a route runner with Ricky Pearsall I like, except there are sometimes he gets kind of hung up by press. I think he might be a slot only type of player. There's some nice quickness against press coverage, but if he isn't able to evade contact, he just doesn't have the size or play strength to really power through it. Side note, as I'm going through this, the Bills are trading out of 32. Panthers are coming up to 32. So I like the route running with Ricky Pearsall, and then he has some incredible highlight catches on tape, and he doesn't drop passes like hardly at all. 3.6 career drop rate. Had the catch of the year, one of the best catches I've ever seen against Charlotte early in the season. I'm sure they are showing it on the TV right now. So you've got reliable hands, you've got a good route runner, and you've got the ability to make some highlight catches. What is not to like? It's really just the size and play strength, protecting his frame from press coverage, and then holding the line as a route runner. Sometimes has a hard time dealing with physical man coverage. Doesn't give you a whole lot after the catch. As a route runner, as a run blocker, he is kind of limited. He competes for sure. And then even though he's got some highlight catches and he's got reliable hands on open targets, he doesn't really have that wide catch radius to go up and, box defenders out and high point the ball. It's hard to say that he can't high point the ball because like his top highlight is him doing that. But through traffic, like against elite NFL coverage, I do have some concerns there. Not as bad of a pick as Michael Penix, I would say, but definitely a reach. Yeah, I think Pearsall is a slot or a Z. Bills take Xavier Legette. Would you look at that? All right, the final pick of the first round is the Bills taking Xavier Legette, wide receiver out of South Carolina, pick 32. And we're going to have to end it on a bad note because I am going to give this... I don't think it's a Ricky Pearsall. I don't know. It kind of is a Ricky Pearsall level reach. Yeah, I'm also going to give that a D+, which seems harsh. But so, or excuse me, that's the Panthers, right? Yeah, had that entered in wrong. So Xavier Legette, let's break him down as a player. So I think he, number one, fits pretty well with what the Panthers already have with the addition of Deontay Johnson. But I do think he's a little bit of a one-dimensional player. He really only has 1 year of high-level production, and I thought his tape game to game was very inconsistent. So he's 6'1", 223 pounds. He ran a 4.39 in the 40-yard dash, had a 40-inch vertical. He's got the straight line explosiveness and size combination that you look for an X receiver. Uh, Runs down the field very similarly to AJ Brown. There's a lot of, differences in their play style, but I think just pure running style and size and build, I think, is very similar. Uh, he's got the ability to high point the ball, make acrobatic catches in traffic, but I don't think he's purely a straight line athlete. There are times on tape, I think especially the Georgia and Florida game, where he showed the ability to sink his hips, get out of breaks, cut off routes efficiently. You'll see sometimes against like a flat footed off corner where he can use rocker steps and really manipulate them at the top of the route. But there's other times that he's just a really clunky route runner against man coverage. I thought the Tennessee game, the Clemson game were two of his worst performances, where he'll kind of get to the top of the route without a plan, just stumble into contact, and then he can't really separate cleanly out of the break. For a 23-year-old player, he had some family issues and a position change that I think definitely led to and explains his late breakout. So I tried not to count him off too hard for that relative to other players, but still for an older player, like you want to see a little bit more advancement with his route running technique. I also don't think it's a stretch to say that he's one of the worst receivers in this class against press coverage. He just doesn't have really any strategy or technique in his tool belt to escape from press. I mean, I'll go back to the Tennessee game. Like, turn that on if you want to see what it's going to look like, or turn on the Clemson game against Nate Wiggins. Like, he doesn't have the committed and like refined footwork to really separate at the line of scrimmage at this point. And I think that could be an area that he really struggles if he's, put into too many of those compromising situations. So yeah, a player I've really changed my opinion on him, like seemingly with every new game that I watch, because you almost get a different Xavier Legette experience every week. I get seeing the high end flashes, seeing him outrun Mississippi State's defense. Like that was a great performance. Seeing him separate against Georgia's corners, but there's just too many games where he gets locked down. And I honestly felt like watching Spencer Rattler's tape like made me lower on Xavier Legette, because you watch it from Spencer Rattler's perspective and you're evaluating the field and saying, okay, where should he have gone with the football? Oh, Xavier Legette's getting clamped by press coverage again. Nothing new. So yeah, man, I don't know. I get scarcity of the position and everything, but I still feel like Pearsall and Legette are not really first round prospects to me. So not a huge fan of those final two picks. All right. Hope you guys enjoyed this stream for the first round. We will be back here for day 2. Appreciate everyone that joined in. I know you have so many different options for draft streams. It's like, pretty sure my dog was doing a stream for tonight, but appreciate it, everybody. I'll get back with y'all tomorrow. Everyone have a good night.